I gotta play. It's a guy that we both like.
There's one that sold for 61 on April 27th.
Damn.
Free shipping. Hell yeah, man.
It's not the obvious guys that win you your league.
Oh, I'm on the clock. Oh, no, I got auto picked.
Oh, there's one.
Oh, you missed your pick. People start going way off the board here.
That's a steal, baby.
I was clicking the button. This is all messed up now. How do we get so many auto picks? 2, 1.
Nailed it.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Card Wire, because the season is officially here. We're officially in week 1. We are going to be doing some underdog fantasy drafting, plus looking at prop bets because their mystery pick'em has been revealed, and it's unbeatable. It's unbeatable. It's a half a yard on Patrick Mahomes. It's an easy one right off the bat that we compare with something else and make some instant money. And speaking of instant money, we're going to be looking at cards that we can snipe tonight on the platform that allows you to flip cards the fastest. That is comc.com, with that software integration to eBay, never having to take physical possession of the card. Steve, the eBay hitman, the ComC hitman. I know he was the hitman at the National. How you feeling tonight with the season just 1 week out? Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready. We got all the drafts. Last week I was stressing about drafts. We got those out of the way. I've got most of all my best balling in, sadly. We only got about less than 24 hours of best balling left. So get them in, man. I know we're going to get 1 or 2 in tonight, but I'm excited. I haven't gotten as many cards listed as I would like to have, but I do have a plan to get all that done, and I'm not too worried about it. But speaking of ComC, underutilized, very underutilized, and I've made incredible deals on there because there's always that miscellaneous card that somebody just lists and they don't really have an appreciation for it, or they're just trying to get rid of it quick. And I've been actually doing both baseball and football on ComC, and I've had some 10Xers, some 30Xers. Granted, they're not high dollar amounts, but they're at least $1 cards that are now going for, a massive multiplier. So boom, man. Love it. Derek.
Yeah, welcome to the chat, Derek, Tom, Hector, Mark. I see Derek sporting a nice little new profile pic there. I can't tell exactly who it is, but it's got a mean mullet.
It's the number 1 tight end in the NFL, man. TJ Hawkins.
Oh, that's T-Hawk. Okay, yeah, I see it now. I see it. I got you. All right. Yeah, he's traded in the Cousins 2 chains for for the T-Hawk mullet. Okay, I'm digging it. T-Hawk, if the NFL doesn't work out for him, he can definitely be a wrestler. Wouldn't you say, Steve?
Yeah, or an extra in a Vikings film or show for sure.
Got Messiah in the house. Oh, this is going to be fun. We got Messiah. We got Tony from Taps Treasures. We got Tom. Man, this is going to be a great live stream. So, Steve, you were talking about best balling and getting those in before the season. And guess what, brother? I've got the hottest risers. I've got the guys that have moved up fantasy draft boards the most this offseason since the whole, best ball game started. Their spreadsheet goes all the way back. Let's see how far it goes back. It's got to go back to the beginning of May is when they started tracking it with this spreadsheet. And so they've got a beginning to end risers and fallers. Can you guess who has moved up draft boards the most since May 1st?
Ooh, since May 1st. That's a good one.
It's a guy not too relevant in the card market, but yet relevant. Like, people are still going to buy him, just not very often. And it's largely due to the team that he's on. There's a bonus to the team that he's on. I'll give you a little hint. See if anybody in the chat gets it.
Ooh, I think Derek might be onto something there.
I think Derek's got access to the sheet. So before he can look at it, it's actually Jerick McKinnon, running back for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh.
And he's moved up 82 spots to being drafted like at the very end of the draft to now having an ADP right now of around 126.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, he's been regularly going in like the 140s. So that's interesting. I think that tells you that there's just not a lot of headway being made with some of the running backs there.
Well, yeah, well, you had rumors of Isaiah Pacheco being injured throughout training camp, like he was in non-contact jerseys and stuff like that. His shoulder, I mean, he could have played in the preseason finale. I'm not. I think he's expected to be a starter. He'll absolutely play in week 1 is the latest news that I'm seeing. So, I think it's just more of speculation, rumors. Plus, Jerick McKinnon's used a lot in pass protection and pass play situations when they get in that 2-minute warning. I think they trust him a lot more than they do Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And they drafted that rookie, Deneric Prince, who's interesting. But I think Jerick McKinnon, with that veteran presence there, it was just kind of like he has that situational upside any given week, and he's not necessarily a guy you buy in the cards. But I saw one of our guys in the community posting the flip of the week, Jerick McKinnon in the playoff time period last year, that he flipped for like 5x. So I know there is a market, but the guy is seriously a veteran running back, and it's really because of the Chiefs that he gets any hype really at all, and people buy his stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting too that they seem to increase his usage as the season goes on, but maybe that's not the case this year since there's a lot of question marks at the position. Not to mention their defense really isn't that good, so they're going to possibly need their best receiving back in the game most of the time.
Now, the Travis Kelce news may have startled you a little bit, may have concerned you a little bit, Steve, yesterday, because I know you have some healthy exposure to Kelce. You see my Topps Chrome refractor Travis Kelce on my wall here that I refuse to crack out of an SGC 8.5 slab. The reason why I keep it in that slab is because I know nobody's going to buy it in 8.5 slab at where I've got it priced at. So that's how you avoid selling your PC cards right there.
Just get bad grades on them.
Yeah, you get bad grades on them and list them for too high and refuse to crack them out. But are you concerned that Travis Kelce is not going to play tomorrow night? Do you think he will play? The latest news, his ACL is intact. He's day-to-day. Travis Kelce has not missed a game in 10 years. 10 years in the NFL, that's insane. But the guy's 34 years old. Steve, is he playing tomorrow night?
I'm saying definitely not. They're not gonna risk it. It's a long season, and I just don't think there's any chance they gamble.
So are you interested? So this is another interesting fact about the Chiefs right now. They are dressing, so they are bringing to the field, suited up, 7 wide receivers. 7 wide receivers, Steve. Most teams only have 4 to 5 on game day. The Chiefs got 7 tomorrow night. The starting wide receiver roster and 2 and 3 wide receiver sets, I think is still up in the air as of right now. And I'm curious to get your take, because obviously it's a very crowded wide receiver room. We all want to find who Patrick Mahomes is going to throw 4 touchdowns to tomorrow night, because we know he's the X factor for this Chiefs offense. So it's like, who do we go after, Steve? Who do you think we go after?
Oh man, I don't think there's necessarily a guy right now. The guy that is going to be their most reliable guy, at least week 1, is probably MVS. I'm not advocating a big play on him, because by the time you get that card, they may already be moving on to a new flavor of the week next week. So it is kind of hard. But Andy, it's almost like I have a radar for these things, because I kind of do. But look what came in the mail yesterday, and that's a Noah Gray and a Justin Watson out of 49 rookie ticket auto. And for you guys that don't know,
let me blow you up. Hold on. Hold that beauty back up there.
Yeah,
what is this? You got a 6th sense that Travis, something that we don't? Look at this Noah Gray. He's got it in hand, ready for the game tomorrow night.
In fact, it came in the mail yesterday. So here's the thing is, I don't really have an explanation for it, but you can ask Derek and you can ask some of the local peeps, including Tom. I have had this weird gut feeling that Kelsey misses some time this year. And when I saw the news yesterday, I was like, no way, man. No, I didn't expect it to be this soon. And Noah Gray makes for a great play simply because he plays the same position. So he's going to definitely see the field. Whereas if a receiver went down, you still have 6 other guys that are hypothetically in competition with receiver A, receiver B, whatever. But in this case, he's really their best replacement. I don't know that he's a good or even an elite tight end, but he's in the system. He knows the playbook. He's going to be out there this week. And if you're in a DFS league, he makes a great start. And if Kelsey misses any time whatsoever, he's a great play too.
So I like that rookie ticket auto you got because I'm on the first page here, comc.com, pulled up Noah Gray's rookie cards. I mean, I like a base prism for 45 cents. If you're entry level, there's a lot on here though. There's 54 of them on here. This is a high supply. So you may have to do a little work there to control the supply, maybe those base prisms or base rated rookies. But if you were wanting to get something a little bit, a little bit higher risk reward here, we got silver prisms starting at $1.45. Why is all of these cards the same picture though, Steve? Like, what do you think we should be going? I'm like, it's all the same picture. What? And then the XR is a similar picture, is just his knees out to the side now.
So the field level, Andy, and the rookie ticket are the only ones I think that have different photos. I've been doing a little digging lately.
Okay, so field level from 2021 Select was also hobby only, correct?
Yes, so it is. Though on the surface level, it does seem like it's, like a commoner card. But believe it or not, I did pick up a field level silver. I bought a bunch of optic hollows, optic previews in the past week or two that I got sitting around here on my desk. So I've been ready, Andy. Speaking of, look at that. Optic with blue circles, Noah Grays. This is predictive. This is not a reaction. This is a prediction.
Hold those things back up, Steve. Hold those things back up, man. I blew you up. Man, look at you ready to go.
Numbered
You're
out
going to
of
be doing
79 prism. So, yeah, man. Been ready to go. Been ready to go on that.
What I like about Noah Gray is that, you have no more Jody Fortson on the roster. So literally, when you look at the Chiefs roster, it's literally 3 tight ends, and the other guy is not notable at all. So I look at that and I'm like, well, if we don't have Travis Kelce, we've seen Patrick Mahomes does like to target Noah Gray when he's out there, and this guy actually has some athletic juice. Like, I'm looking at 78th percentile 40-yard dash, 77th percentile agility. He had a really fast 3-cone score, which, we really respect the 3-cone score here on the Quest. He broke out at a super young age. When he broke out at Duke, that was at 18 years old. Ultimately went in the 5th round, but at 6'3", 240, and able to run that kind of 3-cone. I think this is a very interesting pick. I can see that he has been moving up draft boards this week, and I'll be really interested to see what his ADP is tonight and how far Travis Kelce moves down the draft boards. From listening to guys like Establish the Run and stuff, they're projecting him to go around Mark Andrews level now, somewhere around the end of the second round. So yeah, I mean, this Noah Gray, I'll tell you right here, right on the screen, this field level silver, there's only 3. And 2 of them are at 15. One's at 865, 40% off. I think that's an instant buy now for me, especially when I pull up the chart and I see that one sold October 1st for $9. I mean, I've already got 40 cents profit in this. I don't even have to take possession or anything of this card. I could just go ahead and purchase and relist it for $14.99, and then it's also going to come through on eBay. Boom.
No,
Done.
absolutely.
Look at that.
No, absolutely. And then it's there. It's available if he has a great game this week, or if they say Kelsey's going to miss time. Typically, a knee hyperextension, you're talking about usually a couple weeks, depending on how severe. I mean, that could be a long injury, believe it or not. So they don't know. They haven't said anything yet. They've only said that the ACL is intact. There's a lot of other things in your knee, Andy, including your patella tendons, other tendons in the knee as well, other ligaments in the knee. So we don't know. We do know that it was swollen enough that they couldn't take the imaging done right away, right after the injury. So I think you got to expect at least a few weeks, and that gives you plenty of time to make a play on this guy.
I'm going to give you a guy. I'm going to give you guys a guy. I wrote him up a few weeks ago in an article through our premium membership at patreon.com/footballcards. His name is Sky Moore. He's currently a third wide receiver on the depth chart behind Kadarius Toney. I'm out on him, guys. Marquez Valdes-Scantling running wind sprints out there. Never has broken out with elite quarterback play. I'm out on MVS too, Steve. I'm in on Sky Moore. Richie James is interesting, but I don't think he has what it takes to drive any kind of FOMO or price spikes. Rashee Rice is interesting, but he's made some really bad drops this preseason. His hype has cooled off. He's now tied on the depth chart with Justin Ross, who is an interesting guy who has few rookie cards, comes from Clemson, balled out in college with Trevor Lawrence. Justin Ross is an interesting guy. Justin Watson doesn't really do much for people, I don't think. Cornell Powell and Nico Remigio, these guys might not be on the field. I think that's their 7 right there, stopping at Justin Ross. So the guy that I'm looking at, because you look at analytics, a lot of second-year wide receivers really make a leap in production. And when you got Patrick Mahomes, your quarterback, the other things I like about Sky Moore, Steve, he was an early declare. He's only 23 years old. So he came from a small school, Western Michigan, and was able to dominate at such a high level that he was able to go into the NFL draft early from his junior year and still get drafted in this second round from a small school. What does that tell you? That tells you that he is really freaking good, according to the Chief Scouts. So that's there for him. He ran a 4.41 90th percentile 40-yard dash score, 5'10", 191. This guy is a really interesting prospect to me. And as a second-year wide receiver, he's got a healthy supply of cards right now on the market that I think he's an absolute play.
I want to touch on a few things before we get too far behind. Derek in the chat said MVS, then Moore, then McKinnon, then everyone else. 100%, man. 100% on that.
There you go.
Tom Bullard said he's been flipping gray since August. Man, we are on the same friggin' page. Love it. Love it. There was one more I saw that I really wanted to touch on too. Where was it there? I think that was it for now. But Bob, of course, Bob, man, love to see the Lions in an upset, overweight in Goff. Did not scoff. If the Lions win, all the KC and Mahomes fans are going to be saying, it's because Kelsey was out. It's because Kelsey was out, leaving you tons of room to keep getting in on the Lions.
So that's the other side of the coin here. The Lions. I talked to my man Tony from Taps Treasures. We did a backstage video yesterday. We did a deep dive on ComC, in fact, where we went through the ins and outs of not only submitting cards, but where we believe the pockets of opportunity there are, like on a large scale. So if you guys are interested in that, that is something that we put up on the Patreon feed at patreon.com/footballcards. This show right here that Steve and I do every week is going to continue to be free for the foreseeable future, and it's going to be on YouTube. So if you enjoy it, make sure you hit that like button. We are shifting to Wednesday nights as of right now, unless Steve and I work out possibly Tuesday nights. But the vote from you guys last week was Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. You guys love it. So we're here, and we want to talk live active snipes right now on eBay. So if you have any questions, put them up in the chat. If you want us to jump to it right away, the super chat is open, Steve. But we were looking at this Lions side because one of the cards I shipped out today in my sold batch of 7 cards that I sold today, Steve, 7 cards that I sold today was a Jared Goff optic red and yellow. that I was able to double my money on. Is I bought it for $10 earlier in the season. I probably had it listed too low at 20, Steve. But hey, I'm under the opinion I'd rather sell on the way up than try and perfectly time the peak and then be too late. Like what if God forbid something bad happens to go up tomorrow night? So so I sold on the way up. Maybe didn't get the max, but I got my double up on it. And I look at this Lions side of the ball and talking to Tony, him and all his friends are betting on the Lions tomorrow night to cover the spread. They got money on the Lions, and in this whole Travis Kelce injury makes things more interesting. I know you're betting on the Lions. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. I know it looks like he's going to play. The only guy that they're really missing is Jameson Williams. How much do you think that's going to impact this offense? Do you think the Lions are going to win tomorrow night? And if so, like who's the key guy that we need to be looking at right now?
Oh man, I'll tell you what. I just think that a couple of guys on the Lions are finally gonna click tomorrow. And I think we talked a lot about the love for David Montgomery, and I think that he's gonna have a really good game. Amon-Ra, he's gonna do Amon-Ra things like we know. A guy that is just completely forgotten about. Now, I'm not advocating a big buy-in, but for a weekly play or like a DFS sheet, Marvin Jones, man, he's been with the organization and he did decent as a fantasy producer when they weren't good. So keep that in mind. He's there and they're good, and he has pretty much a clear role on the team. I would think the 2 receiver and maybe Laporta the 3 right now.
Yeah, you could get Marvin Jones cards insanely cheap. Like he's got Topps Chrome available. So you like Topps products? Eat your heart out. You could probably get a Marvin Jones 1 of 1 for like $100 or less. It's like there's probably some insanely rare Marvin Jones cards out there. At that age, I could see opening night he puts up a few touchdowns that could lead to a spike. You got to remember that opening night, the market is hypersensitive. So if Travis Kelce doesn't play and Noah Gray puts up 2 touchdowns, the market is going to instantaneously react to that. I put money on it. So I put money on it right now. That is one thing I will bet the farm on is the market being hypersensitive tomorrow night. And so the age and the FOMO stuff, some of that stuff does go out the window. It depends on the breakout. Obviously, excuse me. Steve, this is probably like our 100th episode we've done together. So you're familiar with how the market is now.
It's only been a month or 2. Andy, you said hypersensitive and something about putting your money in play. I think there's maybe 2 cards in the private chat that maybe you or one of our viewers might want to put some money in play on. That has quite a bit of hyper relevancy, and again, it's a big play. It's not a guarantee, but pending a big week 1, could be a very big play.
Let's do it. Let's pull up the screen. Let's see what you sent me. Got Steve over here. If you guys like Steve sending me private messages of eBay snipes, make sure you hit that like button. Bob says Jahmyr Gibbs.
That wasn't the one.
Oh man, but still, this is one that ended just recently, huh? This is Devonta Smith. This is crazy. I wonder how much the absolute brand name here devalues what this card went for, because this is a gold 01 out of 10, the actual serial number, and it sold for $51 in auction, DC Sports 87. So that it got plenty of looks.
I think that's a good buy, honestly. I mean, if you replaced that name with anyone else of his production level from last year, you're talking about well over 100.
Yeah, from year to year, Devonta Smith was actually one of the top guys in terms of ADP from last year to this year. If you looked at Devonta Smith's ADP last year, I mean, he was going in like the 9th, 10th round type range, and this year he is going in the 2nd round to beginning of 3rd round. But I don't think in many drafts he's falling out of the 2nd round after he dominated at such a high level last year, putting up 1,200 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns. And if you look at his his win rate against man coverage, zone coverage, it was up there with really good, like top 10 receiver level. So it's pretty impressive, especially when you got AJ Brown as the best in the league next to like Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs. I mean, it's wild what the duo they got there. To see this go for 51, I do think is undervalued.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about it quite a few times now that as the season went on, he actually was outproducing AJ Brown on a week-to-week basis. I think the last 6+ weeks, whether that continues over the course of the year or not remains to be seen. But at least you can see that he is capable of being leaned on. He's the alpha B to the alpha A on that team.
So you sent me a Noah Gray field level prism 03 out of 10 gold, $71. Yeah, man, you just ruined somebody's snipe right here. All fun and games, though. This is all part of the game. 03 out of 10, Steve. To me, I feel like I've had this card before for well, it wasn't a 2021, it was a 2020, but still, it's for my guy Antoine Winfield. And I sold it. Actually, I had this card for Antoine Winfield and Tyler Johnson. Sold them both, but I sold the Antoine Winfield one for almost $100. And so, I mean, to me, this card does have upside. If Noah Gray were to play tomorrow night and put up a couple touchdowns, he could have that little temporary spike. Obviously, this is eBay, so you're not going to get it for 5 days, and then you got to list it. And by that time, Kelsey's back, and it's maybe a longer hold. But we talked about how this does open Kelsey up to being more susceptible to having a reoccurring injury, in the lower body. His injury risk for the rest of the season just went up because of this. It's going to be easier for him to get injured. I don't know, Steve. What do you think? This has 125, 150 upside?
I think it depends how good of a game he has. If he has 50 yards and a touchdown, it's got $120+ upside. If he has 2-3 touchdowns, the sky's the limit at that point. But who knows? I mean, think about it this way, and I'm not even trying to say that he is Kelsey or will ever be Kelsey, but just keep this in mind. When Kelsey was a rookie, nobody was saying that Kelsey was Kelsey.
And I gotta say, man, this Noah Gray in the field level may be his best card besides the rookie ticket auto because of the practice shorts kneeling photograph that he's got on every single one of his other cards. They all look the same, man. Why would I want that when I can get an action shot here from the field of him catching a pass from Mahomes? You know what I'm saying? And this zebra print, which one would you rather have, Steve? The zebra print or the gold? I feel like this one's got just the same upside as that gold. This is crazy.
I think eye appeal wise, they're actually pretty close, but I will say that the gold will always have resale value simply because there's people that just buy golds. That's it. And if you're a Chiefs fan and you're looking for a gold out of 10, there's always going to be a buyer on that card. And he's young, he's a rookie, or he's a second-year player at this point. So we always say, oh, well, Kelsey's this old, Kelsey's that old. Well, maybe he's still around in a year or two, and he's now the number one, and Mahomes is still obviously playing for a long time. So Derek's saying tight ends don't average 10 points per year after a run. True. Typically, yeah, but usually the biggest path to points for rookie tight ends was starting competition. And for a lot of guys we saw drafted this year, that may not be an issue.
Did you pull these cards up as we were starting the stream, or did you have these ready to go?
Yeah.
That's a secret, right? Okay, magician never tells a secret. True sniper never tells a secret. But
he saw the meme, Andy. You were there. I'm always sniping.
That's right. He's always sniping, man. He's always sniping. So here we have a 2014 Bowman Chrome Refractor PSA 10 Jerick McKinnon. It's a nice card. I know Bowman Chrome, Topps Chrome from 2014 are popular sets as well as Prism. And the Contenders was a very kind of thin card back then. Very easy to get edge and corner damage from 2014. And the Bowman Chrome, Topps Chrome cards were made with that good, thick Chrome card quality like you find a Bowman University Chrome today.
Bowman Chrome,
So
I think could be one of the most undervalued products. I mean, when Finest and Topps Chrome were out, they were kind of like a third option to them. But I mean, aesthetics wise, they look as good, if not better, in my opinion.
yeah, they got some great aesthetics, man. So I see the guys talking a lot in the chat about Sam Laporta, rookie tight end. Yeah, rookie tight ends do take time. Typically, they don't have 1,000-yard seasons like Kyle Pitts did in his rookie year. But we had a very deep tight end class this year. We also know Jamison Williams is out. They have no more T.J. Hawkinson. So Sam Laporta is definitely, when you look at his profile, I mean, at 6'3", 245 and 90th percentile 40-yard dash speed, burst, agility, like across the board. He had quite a solid target share at Iowa in college that propelled him to being drafted as a early second-round pick. And we already see him throughout training camp and preseason. You know, this guy is looking like he's going to get quite a decent snap share and have some decent routes run. So I'm very interested to see where he gets targeted at. I think there's no doubt that you got Amon-Ra St. Brown gonna play. He's practicing, but at the same time he was questioned. So it takes tight ends time to develop, right, Steve?
Indeed. I mean, it is a more complicated position than people give it credit for. But again, we talked about the depth of the tight end class this year. But the thing that's unique about Gray is what position is the focal point of the Chiefs? It's been the tight end. Is it the tight end because it's Kelsey? Maybe. But at least in the interim, that's the way that they script their game. So I would think at least for a couple weeks or however long he's the starter, they may filter more of the game through him than you would have expected.
Look at these Jared Goff prices. His Prism over the past 180 days. So we're looking at a 6-month scope here. Jared Goff's prices are up 30% on his base Prism PSA 10. And yes, all rookies came silver out of the pack that year from Panini in the Prism set. They only did it with rookies, and this was the only sport they did it in, and they did it in 2016-17. So you have that card up to 200. Now, where does that compare to a guy like Dak Prescott, who has a lot of question marks? You know, he led the league in interceptions last year, but they got the Sunday night matchup. They got this fierce defense. You've got CeeDee Lamb. You've got added Brandon Cooks. You've got Tony Pollard. Where does that stack up? Jared Goff has now surpassed that of Dak Prescott. And I remember the peak for Dak Prescott. That was like a $350 to $500 card, that PSA 10 grade, going back to 2020, 2021 time period. So it's interesting to see how over the past year, Jared Goff has surpassed Dak Prescott. And if Jared Goff is got some lofty expectations, man, and if he's gonna play good tomorrow night, he's gonna bring guys along with him, whether it's St. Brown or Laporta, maybe Gibbs. Gotta love Gibbs because as a running back, he's going to step right in as a rookie from Alabama, who the Lions seem like they're out of their minds to draft him at the number 12 spot. I mean, that says insane volumes about what they expect out of Gibbs and the opportunity they're going to give him. We love David Montgomery. So it's like, for me, there's a lot of really good talent on this team with an elite offensive line. A lot of it does come back to Goff. Even though he is entering his 7th year, he was the number 1 overall pick from 2016. So this very well could be the year that Jared Goff's prices go to a level that we have not seen before. We already probably are seeing them at close to, what their peak has been since 2020. But I mean, we could get a lot higher, I think, based on the scarcity from 2016, and if you were to compare this to 2017, it could get a lot higher.
Well, here's the thing too: is think I would probably even be willing to put money on it that if you went back in the Wayback Machine on YouTube, you weren't finding anybody else but this show talking about this man's ascension upcoming. And you could actually find rookie ticket autos that weren't obnoxiously priced. Now, I don't know what they go for on a day-to-day basis. I've seen what the 10s have been going for, which is in the upwards of $650 for just the base. But you were finding the raw ones for like $100 to $125 at times, and even some of the the color variants, not much more than that. And that's just not going to happen now. If they are any semblance of what they were last year, Andy, I think we're going to see even more growth, honestly.
I love it, man, because look at this Deshaun Watson. This is 2017. So I know, we could click into it and see what this PSA 10 population is. You know, the Deshaun Watson's 2,571 compared to the Jared Goff at just 507. Just 507 PSA 10s in the database. Not a great PSA 10 hit rate. Only 40% of raw cards converted to PSA 10, with 54% being 9s and 5% being 8s. So it's one of those situations where I just want to target the PSA 10, add value here, Steve, because this upside is nice. Whenever I'm looking at Deshaun Watson, yeah, his prices are up 6 to 10%. I think they could be up a lot more. The news is kind of flatlined for Deshaun Watson the past couple weeks, but I think he's a guy that you can put in this comparison. What do you think about putting Deshaun Watson in this comparison with Goff here? And to try and paint a picture of what his prices could go up to. And I think they go higher than that because obviously Deshaun Watson's market is down quite a bit.
Well, where's my shirt, Bob? I'm not the shirt guy, man. You got to talk to Andy, Bob. But as far as Deshaun Watson goes, here's the thing is it kind of reminds me of the Lamar conversation where everyone's saying, remember what he did a few years ago? You know, that's not what drives prices, Andy. It's what people are doing now. And you see that when you talk about hyper relevancy, that doesn't just run it week to week. That runs it season to season. And you've got Goff, who's seemingly continuing to get better, whereas, Lamar is still kind of living off of that life support of that 2019 season. And then Deshaun Watson is kind of like a shade of his former self from 2021. So it's going to take a couple pretty good games to get this guy back in the conversation. But there's definitely people out there that have been buying and holding, which is probably the right thing to do. But if you were asking me, I'd rather get a guy that's showing that he's doing well and continuing to do well than a guy that hasn't done well for a long time.
I'm with you. One of the guys that is shown to play well, came out of obscurity last year, Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy. Everybody loves him in the hobby, right? And where's Messiah at? This is your cue, Messiah, to pop in here. And Brock Purdy has actually moved up on draft boards more than any other quarterback since May 1st. Brock Purdy has moved up 45 spots, and I think that's as we got more news that his elbow was healthy, and then it really started heating up when we started getting some practice highlights and training camp highlights, and then he plays in the preseason, and he looks like his old self with a little bit of mobility, like making a couple plays there, man. And the Brock Purdy highlight of him juking out that defender is all over Twitter. Still on Twitter. It's probably a top video out there, for Brock Purdy. Just type him in and look at his prices. His base Prism up 7%. His Prism Silver. This is what I wanted to pull up because now we're talking 2022. And I know Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, but he's still got just as many rookie cards, if not maybe a few more than Jared Goff. He's got about 1,500 different rookie cards, Brock Purdy does, and that's compared to Kenny Pickett's 6,200. And Jared Goff's probably going to be around as a number one overall pick from 2016. It's probably going to be closer to that 1,500 number than he is the other number. I think he's going to be in that range. I'll probably look him up, but I wanted to show you this Silver Prism PSA 10 for Brock Purdy. at currently $600. There was a $620 buy it now yesterday at 8:53 a.m. Someone said they gotta have it. So you can see this market. Look at this market in the off season here for Brock Purdy. It is just climbing, and we're also getting a lot of cards back for him, adding to the database. Man, but look at that difference between Jared Goff and Brock Purdy. That's pretty wild, man.
Don't forget the coaches said that they thought all three of those guys were franchise quarterbacks. So they, as far as the coach's own words, they don't view him as any better than the other two guys that they have or had. So I don't know, man. We did really only see a small sample size, and you have to remember that now the expectations for him are sky high. If he doesn't come out and just shoot the lights out, there's going to be a lot of people holding the bag yet again. I'm personally staying away.
I mean, his prices are so high. So I look at Jared Goff. He's had 9 raw cards added to the PSA database in the past 7 days, compared to Brock Purdy that has had 657 added to the database in the past 7 days. There's a massive difference there. And I get Trevor Lawrence has had 1,035, but we are talking about, former Mr. Irrelevant, now the QB1 for the San Francisco 49ers, potential to be, some type of Tom Brady type of storyline here. And that's what I think you've got a lot of baked in there, that he's already that, and that's a given compared to the Jared Goff here. And he still obviously got hype, but it's not near the level of Purdy as a second-year quarterback.
Here's the thing that people don't realize is there probably wasn't a coach in the league that ever imagined Purdy playing last year, right? So there wasn't anybody game filming him, and there wasn't much to go off of. So I'm not saying he's not good. I'm saying I don't think he's elite, and I think that paying elite prices is going to probably lead to bad things. So just be careful and realize that they got a lot more film to look at now. They got ways to prep for him. And don't forget, he's coming off of a pretty serious elbow injury.
Yeah, he's got to stay away from Hassan Reddick, right? And Jalen Carter. those big bad mean Eagles defensive linemen. Look at this, though. Jared Thomas Goff, born October 14, 1994. He's got 1,865 different rookie cards. That's almost identical to that of Brock Purdy, who was drafted Mr. Irrelevant this last year. And Jared Goff was the #1 overall pick, comparable to, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, go down the line. And you get, Bryce Young, I bet you Bryce Young's already got, well, maybe not because of the whole Fanatics versus Panini stuff, but it's just wild to see the growth there. And then also that just tells you've got to weight the Jared Goff with a lot more scarcity. And the thing he's got to overcome is the whole FOMO, the fear of missing out effect that drives prices for these rookies and these guys that are way less unproven than some of these more veteran guys. But yeah, man, I digress, Steve. I heard that you have a couple pick'ems tonight from our sponsor, UnderdogFantasy.com. So they are doing something really cool this year, Steve. They're not only doing pick'ems on offensive players, they're doing pick'ems on defensive players, and they've expanded their line of pick'ems. And you only got to put 2 together, right, to 3x your money. And guess what? They've got a special right now of Patrick Mahomes for half a yard. If he gets a half passing yard, throws for 1 passing yard, you automatically get 1 leg of your parlay right. You can only use this special 1 time. If you're new, promo code Quest gets you a 100% instant deposit bonus up to $100 instantly. Put it in, you double your money up to $100. And the pick'em, so Steve's picked out a slip that he likes. I picked out a slip that I like. He's going to run us through it real quick. I'm going to put some money down on it. I'm going to run you through mine. We're going to put some money down on that. We're going to see what kind of drafts they have available. And then if you guys got snipes, we'll pull up snipes throughout the draft. If you guys have football card questions, we'll pull up some and talk about some football card analysis throughout the draft. I've got a reputation for sniping and talking about football cards on eBay while being auto drafted. It's okay. I think we might do a puppy. I don't know. They want to do a BBM. It's all good. Underdog Fantasy is the best sponsor. It's actually our only sponsor, but they're the best. They're the best friend of the quest in helping support us and helping us grow. So make sure you use that promo code QUEST when you sign up to get that 100% instant deposit bonus, as well as helping out the channel. Steve, are you ready to share your slip? This is a controversial slip, everybody. So I hope you're buckled in. There might be some sports card parlays.
What kind of slip would it be if it wasn't controversial?
There might be some sports card plays to make off of this. That's the other thing I want to look at. If you're going over on somebody, I might be interested to try and pick them up quick here on comc.com and roll an instant flip on them.
Do you have the message? Because that was on my phone. I don't have it on the computer.
Oh yeah. I have it. I have it on my phone. Let's see here.
We got a way to get it on screen here. If not, I can try to recreate it.
Well, you sent. I mean, yeah, but it would take too long. You actually are very aggressive in this. I'm just gonna pause it here. What I'm gonna do is pull up your slip. So you're saying you don't have the picks in front of you? Is that what you're saying?
I can open it up on my phone if you want to look up the guys one by one here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want me to pull them up, and that'll.
There you go. The first one was Amari Cooper over on the yardage.
So over on Amari Cooper's 56.5 receiving yards. Yeah, that feels low, Steve. They're playing the Bengals at home, and the Bengals just lost two of their star safeties last year, and Von Bell, Jesse Bates. So that and with Joe Burrow day to day, but it seems like he's practicing the limited capacity, and he should play. I think he's going to play. So,
yeah, it seems like a really low yardage total. And honestly, I think if Burrow wasn't going to play, that would have been known a while ago already. So I think he plays. I just think that he maybe doesn't run as much, but it has the makings of a shootout. I don't see this being like a team that's just going to run the ball every down against each other. So 56.5 is a pretty low number for an alpha wide receiver.
Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Number 4 overall draft pick from 2015 out of Alabama, has that elite speed and route running ability, size at 6'1", 211. So I want to see a progressed Amari Cooper and this year with better Deshaun Watson. Like Amari Cooper had 1,700 air yards last year. Kid you not, 1,765 air yards. That's the distance of all intended targets. That's insane, dude. If he could even just, Yeah,
and he had 1,160 receiving yards last year, which wasn't insane. But think about he had rusty, dusty Watson throwing him the ball, and then a super conservative veteran quarterback throwing him the ball for the first half of the year, and he still put those numbers up. So if Watson has regained any form at all, I think that the arrow is definitely pointing way up.
He's also a guy that may be easier. Nah, I mean, the thing is, like, I've got a base rookie ticket auto of Amari Cooper. I had to pay like $60 for that, or maybe even a little bit more. I think I've got it sold for, or I'm not sold. I have it listed for $100 right now. And you can see, like, he's only got 2 autograph cards on COMC, both Spectra out of 21 out of 25 for 100, 1 out of 75 for 50 horizontal cards. It's like, man, that's it. So he's a tough rookie card market to crack because he's had a pretty large fan base, and a lot of people spend some serious money on him going back to his Dallas days. I think about it, he was in Dallas in 2020 when the sports card market was booming, picked up that initial boom. So he had a lot of buyers at that time. Plus, this is just 2015 product, man. We got some more scarcity there than you do with the ultra modern stuff.
The Topps Finest from that year, I think, is one of the nicest designs that there is in all of sports cards, in my opinion.
Really? I'm gonna have to look it up
And
now.
they have the chrome finish, but they have the what's it called? Like that 80s, 90s throwback look on some of the refractors. Andy, I don't have the card handy, but I have the Amari Cooper.
Oh, this one, the
Doesn't
blue.
look like they have it on ComC, but it's kind of like a rookie insert that looks like an 80s tie-dye background. I wonder if I can pull it up on eBay.
Oh, the fireworks. Is that what it was called?
Let me see here. What is it?
All right. It was a retro. I think I know which one you're talking about. It was a Topps card. Maybe kind of. Yeah. If you pull it up, let me know. I think this Topps Finest design is nice. The one thing I get concerned about buying these cards, like they did have quite a few parallels, and they also obviously like Topps Finest doesn't go for the same resale value on average as Topps Chrome or even Bowman Chrome does, and then it goes for lower than Prism and Contenders, stuff like that. So obviously Contenders rookie, so you can't a rookie auto, you can't really have.
I found a better picture. Disregard that. You can show both, I suppose, but these are just cool, man. There's a couple different color variations that are serial numbered. I mean, honestly, like I feel like this set kind of had like a right now vibe to it. Then it was kind of ahead of its time, in my opinion. You had a lot of different color parallels. You had serial numbers, just unique designs, stuff like that. I mean, I like those a lot. You have a bit of like a touch of vintage with the Finest product, but you have like a new gen feel to it. And I sent you the gold out of 50 too. It's just a cool card, honestly.
Nice. Yeah, it's very 90s. It's like very Saved by the Bell, Nickelodeon, like 90s colors here on the Topps Finest rookie. That's an interesting card to have. So yeah, I mean he's a tough market to crack into, but some of these X-Fractors, like I am a sucker for X-Fractors at yeah, they're interesting. I have to do more research, but to me the Topps Finest is more like Mosaic is to Panini now. And I am like I have a sufficient exposure to Amari Cooper, so ultimately I think I'm going to pass on what I've seen on ComC, my little limited stint here. But I love the pick'em slip, Steve. So thank you for that. Your next one is this guy. Who's this guy, man?
Derek. I want Derek's input on this one because I was taking some best ball sheets, staying up late with Derek, and originally was taking this guy as like a second or third tight end, not as a joke, but kind of because I had a nice Dolphins stack. And, you figure as the featured tight end, he's going to get some work at some point. But here's a key thing to note for anyone doubting that he can put up 14.5 yards. They did not sign anyone or draft anyone at tight end after letting Gesicki walk. Just saying. 14.5 yards a game. Gee, Andy, what does that come out to for the season? Let's see, times 7. I mean, do you think he'll probably get more than 246 yards this year as a starting tight end? I would say most likely. Not to mention that they've talked about him working on his pass catching and being an improved pass catcher in the offense. 14.5 yards is one catch, potentially.
Okay. A lot of mouths to feed, but it's an interesting single game parlay. I think it adds some risk to your card here so far, but hey, I mean the number is so low that I'm looking at his game log. I think you've got a solid 50% chance that he's going to put up these 14.5 yards week one. He only needs one catch, right? I mean, just get one catch, man. The yard per reception around 10 for him, so two catches. That's all you need.
Easy peasy.
All right. So I'm not even gonna, look up Smythe because I think right now you could even look at like A-Chain would probably be my favorite target because he's got the speed. He's a rookie. He's just going through a little banged up injury. But I'm looking at the news today. Devin A-Chain was a full participant in Wednesday's practice, baby. Let's go. So week 1 availability for Devin A-Chain was a concern. He's full systems go. It's going to be the Raheem Mostert and the Devin A-Chain show there now with the recent injury discoveries around Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson goes on IR. So I think it's going to be the Mostert and A-Chain show. And the Miami running backs seem kind of sick, but as a rookie in the card market, I'd like to have some exposure to that because he could score from anywhere on the field. He's got that speed.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're going to have – I think that the most interesting thing is going to be A-Chain and how he's used in the passing game. I think that him being healthy is going to be a big surprise for a lot of people because a lot of people just assumed it was a Mostert show for the first 4 weeks, but now it's not looking like that.
So your next play is another tight end.
Another tight end. Man, no love for Goddard this week. I know New England's good against the tight end, but 40 is just low.
This line has moved. So in the text you sent me earlier was Dallas Goedert over 39.5 receiving yards.
Okay.
It's moved a full yard from there. So people are betting the over on Dallas Goedert's receiving yards of 40.5.
Yeah, for sure. And that seemingly so. I mean, he's though a veteran, still an ascending tight end that has improved every season. So you got to feel good about 40 and a half yards now. And what do I got? What's next here? Let me pull up my
All right. So Goddard next up is, it's your boy you were talking about at the beginning of the stream, Detroit Lions.
Yeah. And here's the thing is you don't unlike the sports card hobby, you don't have to just pick guys that just have massive upside for guys that you're going to make a wager on. It's just guys that can beat the line. That's it. It doesn't matter if they play one game a year or they're the best guy on their team. But Marvin Jones at 27.5 is just, I mean, that's just low. That's just low. So let's see, 27.5.
Yeah.
To put him on pace for 467 yards for the season, if that were to be the case. But let's see. What are his true numbers? Even with Jacksonville last year as like the fifth option in the passing game, 529 receiving yards, excuse me.
Yeah, he's like Zay Jones. So he was a repetitive player to Zay Jones there. I think it was an easy guy to deal. Plus, he goes back home here to the Detroit Lions.
Yeah,
and I think he's in a good spot, man. I think he's going to be a team veteran. You know, in the locker room, he's going to be a guy that Jared Goff may target at least 4 or 5 times tomorrow night. You know, for that kind of like that security blanket. Whenever he's got to throw like a corner post route in the end zone, it could be Marvin Jones, man. 27.5. I'm almost tempted to think that the 5 fantasy points is just as juicy because you get 1 touchdown, you hit that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 27.5 is like 3 catches, you know? And again, we know that Gibbs will be involved in the passing game, but you got to think that Jones is at least the second option or the third at this point. So
that it looks like you're going for the full home run hitting roster here with 5 picks.
If you're looking at any of these and salivating, or you could pick and choose 2 of them, or hey, you could hammer all 5. And Zay Jones at 35.5 just looks amazing.
And they moved that down. When you sent that to me earlier, it was 36.5, and now it's at 35.5. So now you probably like it even better, huh?
Yeah, I mean, people just think that he's going to fall off the face of the earth because Ridley shows up. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, I think that just leaves somebody open at all times. You can't double anybody without a skill player being open. So if he was operating as the 2 and putting up good numbers as the 3, he should have very little competition from either the outside second or third corner or the slot guy. He averaged 51 yards per game last year, but he really turned it on and had some monster games as the season went on. So now, Andy, there's another thing. In the preseason, he operated as the second wide receiver ahead of Christian Kirk. Now, whether that carries over into the start of the regular season, we don't know. But There's at least smoke, so there could be fire.
All right, man. Well, I'm putting it in. I'm going to do a $5 slip. If this pans out, I get 100, and I may kick myself. I'm not doing more. If I was new to Underdog Fantasy and I was getting that promo code Quest 100% instant deposit, and getting all that free money, I would just I probably would do. Did
you use your Mahomes booster already?
No, so I was going to use that for my slip.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
I was good. I saw your slip, and I'm like, you didn't use this special pick. I'm like, oh, sweet. This is going to be easy for my slip. I can use the Mahomes.
All right. If I get mine right and you don't, then we got to have a conversation next week.
So I'm putting in the $5 for your slip. Boom. We're going to confirm it. I'm interested if you guys.
That's a 1-of-1 slip right there.
That's a 1-of-1 slip. That is a 1-of-1 slip. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to take this. Mahomes just has to get 1 yard.
I'm going to say you're going to get that one right, Andy. I
think so. I feel pretty confident. Feel pretty confident. So I'm going Mahomes higher on the 1 yard. I think that's safe to say. There's a few that I liked earlier, but a couple of them jumped out at me. It wasn't tomorrow night's game. I mean, yeah, there's some nice ones tomorrow night's game. I don't mind the Bengals Browns game either. This David Njoku one was really low. I think he's going to emerge as like a number 2 there. Njoku's interesting. But I got to go to my guy, Baker Mayfield. I got to go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa. And Dave Canales has been talking up Rachaad White. He said, we've got 3 running backs, but only one of them is great. And he was talking about Rachaad White. So I think Rachaad White's the clear number 1. And with his all-purpose skill set, and with us wanting to control the pace of play, if we're going to win and beat the Vikings, right, think about what Todd Bowles is going to want to do. It's going to involve a lot of Rachaad White early and often. I like this Rachaad White here over on the rushing yards of 47.5, Steve. And even the receiving yards, but this is why I don't go receiving. It's because Baker Mayfield, I don't know, man. I feel like he's gonna try and throw the ball to a receiver that's further downfield after extending a play. Playing that hero ball, scrambling around, running to the outside, and then throwing a pass to cross the field to Chris Godwin or Mike Evans. And I just feel more confident in the Rachaad White rushing yards in this game. I kind of like this line of 47.5, especially with the opportunity that he's going to get. His efficiency doesn't even have to be that good for him to get this, to hit this over.
Yeah. The one thing he's got going for him is he's throwing to 1 and maybe even 2 potential Hall of Famer receivers. And I will say this about Rachaad White. I think that he's got a little work to do on the ground game, but I think as a receiver, he could make a big splash. Now, Baker's not necessarily known for throwing to the running back, but the way that line's starting to fall apart again, Andy, he may not have a choice.
One screenplay, we're getting 17.5 yards. The Vikings defense looks like it could be Swiss cheese. They've dealt away even more key players, and they don't really have anybody that's highly graded at all on their defense. So this defense is going to be in the bottom quadrant of the league in DVOA against the run, against the pass. So I like this rushing yard prop. I mean, either one of them. I think you go either one, but I'm going to go rushing yards in here. He might be a play in the card market as well right now, being a second-year running back. And a lot I know that myself have even publicly talked down upon him, talked like I'm not in on him at his fantasy ADP in all my drafts because of his efficiency last year. But it was a fairly small sample size. We got to give the guy a second chance here heading into his second year.
Agreed. And, they may not have it figured out week 1, but I think if you're coming out the gates playing Minnesota, it doesn't bode well for your odds of winning, but it does bode well for your fantasy starters on Tampa Bay, as Vikings like to give up a lot of yards.
Now, one thing that I am going to go over on Justin Jefferson, or no, I should say on the other side for the Vikings, it's Justin Jefferson putting up one touchdown in this game. Kirk Cousins and targeting Justin Jefferson in week 1, that's like a given. That should be very high EV play.
Fair enough. So what is it? He has to score. Okay, he has to score one touchdown. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's if there was a guy that you wanted to make that bet on, that's probably one of the best ones.
The other guy that I'm going to go over, J.K. Dobbins at home against the Texans in a positive game script scenario, going up against a rookie quarterback with the defensive prowess that the Baltimore Ravens have. Give me the Ravens run game. Give me J.K. Dobbins to score a touchdown here, especially in this new Ted Bunkin offense where, Lamar Jackson should not be scrambling as much. There should be very few designed runs for Lamar Jackson. Of course, he's still going to scramble when things break down and he needs to, but there should be very few, if any, designed runs for Lamar. So when we get into the red zone, they're going to give it to their best running back, and that's J.K. Dobbins, now fully healthy, fully practicing, ready to go. He's going to get a touchdown. That guy is going to get in the end zone, Steve. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, I love Dobbins in this game, especially in this game, but I really like the yards just a bit more. But it's a safe play. I think the touchdowns is still a safe play.
Now, the smart thing to do with this Mahomes pick would just be to pair it up with one other pick, go for the 3X, go for the guaranteed, not guaranteed, but I mean, all you have to do is get one pick right. You already got the free one. You 3X your money, right? But we like to go for the 20X here, man. So the last play.
We're doing this for you guys. This is for the entertainment factor here.
Yeah. So we go big or go home. Obviously your highest chance of success to get the picks right is to go with the 2 or 3. Don't get greedy and go for the 20X. Go for the 3X, 6X, but put in a $5 20X slip with us. I mean, if we're right, then all of a sudden, boom, and that promo code Quest, I mean, just makes it so easy for new users to really win big week 1. So I wish you guys luck. But so Brandon Ayuk, this is going to be my last play, Steve, on this slip. 52.5 receiving yards. They're going to Pittsburgh, at Pittsburgh. It's going to be wild. I think this is a shootout game. I think this is going to turn into a shootout game. If Brock Purdy is bringing the guns to the gunfight, is going to be Brandon Ayuk in that receiving game. The Pittsburgh does have some weaknesses in their secondary. They've got some rookies like Joey Porter Jr. that just starting out. So Brandon Ayuk as one of the best route runners in the league with the incredible hands that he has and everything. I'm going to bet on him to at least go over 52.5 in this game because I think this game is going to be a shootout.
Solid. I like Ayuk, man. I like him for the season long. I do think the Pittsburgh game is going to be just a beat-em-up kind of game. I don't think it'll be very high scoring, but, Pittsburgh looked like an improved offense. Whether that carries into the regular season or not remains to be seen. Preseason, you can only know so much about the squad here, but I don't know if it's true, but I keep hearing these little rumors swirling about a slight regression in the Niners defense. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, man, that's tough to predict. I mean, if they did have a regression, it's because Bosa misses time and the departure of D'Amico Ryans really impacts them that much. Because if you look at the other guys in the defense there, they're still there, man. They're still there. So I don't know, man. And they got some really good. That Talanoa Tufunga, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. I mean,
they know how to draft defensive players, man. That's no joke.
Yeah. So I think the talent's still there. Bosa's a big factor on the edge. So if he's healthy, I know right now, last I saw, there was a questionable tag on him. Let me pull him up real quick. Nick Bosa.
I think he's good to go. Let me see.
George Kittle's limited today. Kyle Shanahan said Nick Bosa would need to have a beer belly to miss Sunday's game. That was 5 hours ago. So no, he's good to go, man. There you go. I heard somewhere that he was potentially. Oh, okay. I guess it had to do with his holdout in the deal.
Oh, he got the contract today. All right.
Yeah, it made him the league's highest paid defensive player.
Not bad. Good for him, man. That's great.
Yeah, published September 6, 2023 at 5 p.m. That was earlier today, in case you guys missed it. I mean, his market's expensive, bro. Being a 2019 rookie, being the All-Pro Defensive Player of the Year, 18.5 sacks, 19 tackles for loss, and 48 quarterback hits in 2022. That's so sick, dude. Through 51 games in his first 4 seasons, he's recorded 43 sacks, 56 tackles for losses, and 106 QB hits. So, I mean, he smashed last year.
I know a lot of guys fade the defensive position, but some of these guys, man, especially the top tier ones, are a lot of money, dude. A lot of money. Micah Parsons, him, I don't even know. But those are probably the 2 main ones that stick out in my head. Maybe Sauce is getting into that conversation. But, man, yeah. Big
I mean, look at
lock up for them to have him for 4 more years.
Look at how much money the Bills paid Von Miller. I mean, the Rams too. I mean, it's edge rush talent in the league goes a long way. That's why I love Will Anderson, and it may struggle week 1 against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, but I mean, this guy is really good. So long term, especially being a rookie from Alabama and for early first round capital, I like him a lot there, Steve. So, whoa, dude, did you see that puppy almost filled up? So let's go ahead and hop into a puppy, man, before this thing fills up completely. I mean, it's filling up quick, dude. Look at this. We only have less than 5,000 spots open. I mean, this ticker is just climbing. It's only gonna allow 5,100 more people.
Let me get in here real quick.
Or give or take. Obviously, that math was wrong.
I saw yesterday, by the time I got home from work, they opened it up in the morning, and by the time I got home from work, it was over half full. So I was like, man, people realize that the season starts tomorrow. And
yeah,
that means that these contests will be closed. So the weekly winners, which was like super stagnant, is almost full. Puppy is almost full. Big Dog opened yesterday, Andy, and it is over half full. It is a $250 entry.
The serious gamers right there. Do you think we have enough time? We could start at 10:16 p.m. Eastern on y'all's clock. Watch your computer clock or your phone clock.
Let's go for the next full minute so we can get everybody.
Okay. Scratch that. 10:17.
Yeah. So whatever the current hour is in your time zone, minute 17, we're going to be getting all up in the puppy.
All right. Let's do this. You got 55 seconds. I start up. Mark, I think he was the first guy in the chat when the live stream started, and I've got 45 seconds. Don't worry, Steve. He just listed a bunch of George Pickens tonight. He also has I just sold a George Pickens earlier tonight, red press proof rated rookie. I also have a nicely centered Garrett Wilson Prism negative I might send in to get graded. I see they're going for 130 plus right now, graded, only 10 raw. Yeah, man, Prism negative, that's a nice card, especially if you get that in at 10. That would be a nice little $130 plus, yeah, for Garrett Wilson, yeah. All right, Steve, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, everybody.
Watch
10
Watch
seconds.
The clock, guys.
Watch the clock. I'm going to go ahead and get the enter going. 4 seconds. Watch the clock. 9. It turned over. 10:17. I hope you clicked right on 1017. Boom. It filled
these
that
things,
quick.
Even more so than on a normal night, these things are going to fill quick. Looks like I'm in here with Taps. I'm in here with Derek. I'm in here with Andy.
Nice.
I think that's all the ones that I normally recognize.
Derek.
If you are in with us, say what's up in the chat.
Man, they sandwiched between me between two pros. You got Tony from Taps over here, fantasy football stud. You got Hitman over here, fantasy football stud. I mean, I'm like in between the mediocre fantasy and sometimes I get lucky. So yeah, I'm due this year, man. I'm
Andy,
due.
a lot of it just hinges on making your pick on time.
Hey, that's a very good point. I can't argue with you there, man. No excuses. No excuses right now.
You got this, man. You got this.
We got this.
We are.
I'm excited to see what this Travis Kelce ADP lands at.
So here's a little food for thought for the potential Kelce drafter, and that is sheet uniqueness. Bijan at the second pick. Oh. So Andy, prior to this week, how many teams do you think per se had, let's say, McCaffrey and Kelce on the same roster? Zero.
No, not zero. Yeah.
But now this is where the gambling comes in. If you're willing to bet that he's healthy, he has been sliding into the second round. You could potentially, if you're willing to make a bet that he's healthy and will play the whole year, could put yourself in a position where you would have a very unique sheet. The tournament's almost full, and they won't be doing any more year-long tournaments after this.
Man, so I'm on the clock at 6. I've got my pick between Eckler, Kelce, Diggs, Brown. I'll tell you where I'm leaning right here is Eckler, AJ Brown, Nick Chubb. I think I'm just going to go hop on the Eckler here. I absolutely love. I'll tell you what, I'll share a snipe with you guys right now if it's still there, because we shared it with the members yesterday, the patrons yesterday. So they ain't got it by now. I told them. Tony and I both told them last night. If they didn't get it by now, we're going to get it. There's a Austin Eckler on COMC. Nice pick, by the way, with Nick Chubb at 7. Derek's on the clock. Goes A.J. Brown at 9. I think that's a great value. All right, Steve. So Austin Eckler only has like 35 different rookie cards. And
he's in the Adam Thielen club with the rookie card scarcity.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. So check this out. When you go rookie card, he's literally only got 6 on here. And look at that. It's still there. All right.
So, damn.
So, yeah.
well below ADP there. Oh, damn. Somebody actually went Kelce, pick 10.
I'm going to have to purchase this real quick and relist it. Am I back on the clock? No, I'm not quite there yet.
Guys, we were discussing if Kelce were to slide, what kind of unique sheet would come out of that. What do you guys think about Kelce being drafted just behind his normal ADP already? I think that is kind of wild, bro. Kind of wild.
I think that it's, but the problem that Frank messed up. Frank messed up here. So real quick, Frank messed up. I'm about to be on the clock. I sniped the Eckler on ComC for $15. That's the next cheapest one. There's only 2. They were 35. So I'm going to be back on the clock. Oh, I can't pass this up. Garrett Waddle. Dude, I literally just said Garrett Waddle.
Guys, go out and get your Garrett Waddles while you can.
That sounds like a badass wide receiver, doesn't it? But look at Cooper Kupp sliding here, man. I think I'm going week 1. I'm going week 1 here, baby. I'm going Jalen Waddle over Garrett Wilson only because I like the speed at which Miami plays, and they're going to have a much faster pace of play. Jalen Waddle actually last year, he was actually the guy that had the deeper ADOT than Travis Kelce. So I like the Tua Jalen Waddle connection. If he's available, I have no problem hitting the button there on Jalen Waddle in the middle of the second.
Solid.
And they play each other week 1. I'm trying to win week 1, baby.
Did you get any in the eliminator, best ball eliminator one?
Weekly. Oh no, the eliminator. Didn't we do an
weekly eliminator, whatever they called it? I don't know 100% if this is the math on it, but I think the bottom 2 in your division get yanked every week. Bottom 1 or bottom 2.
Yeah, you're right. No, it was bottom 2, and then they increase it, and it's like bottom 3, and it keeps whittling down till you finally have that final player pool of like it was a couple hundred or something like that, maybe 180. All right, so we're entering the third round here where things start to get interesting. Cooper Kupp has still not been drafted. I'm not going crazy. Cooper Kupp has not been drafted. That's how concerned people are about this hamstring and the fact that he went to see a specialist in Minnesota for it. It doesn't seem like you do that with a typical hamstring, Steve, and that just torpedoed Cooper Kupp's ADP to 28 when I've seen people literally taking him at the wide receiver number 1 overall. Back on the clock.
Yeah. He, if he's healthy, he's probably hands down the number 1 receiver fantasy-wise in the league. But, after the re-injury and now the specialist visit, you got to be definitely concerned.
I took Ramondre Stevenson here at pick 30. With the Patriots trading Pierre Strong and only having those 3 backs, those 2 backs on their starting roster, and then Kevin Harris waiting in the wings. I think Ramondre Stevenson is going to have quite the large role. You could clearly see that Zeke, his role has got to be like short area yardage kind of thing, good pass protector, right? But Ramondre Stevenson just so versatile as a weapon. And think about it, he's like the offense for the Patriots is slow. Juju Smith-Schuster, Devontae Parker, the only guy that's fast is Tyquan Thornton, and Mike Gesicki, Hunter Henry, none of these guys are fast. I mean, I look at Ramondre Stevenson as by far the best player on this team. So I think he's going to get a ton of opportunity this year. And I think he's easily got the efficiency, as we've seen, to be an RB1. I think he's a value here in the middle of the third round.
I think a lot of people just overfaded him when they got Zeke. But they're not a team that's going to go out there and throw 50 times. It's not who the Patriots are. So I think that he's not going to really be very different than he was last year. I think maybe a 5%, 10% decrease.
All right, Steve. Where are we?
Let's see. We got.
Okay, there we are.
Peyton Legend Manning just took Lamar. Debo just went off the board. Keenan coming back around here.
Keenan at the beginning of the fourth. Do you think he should be going ahead of Mike Williams, or do you think it should be Mike Williams?
No, I do. Here's the thing that I don't understand about the I know that I've heard you say it too about Keenan being like an injury-prone receiver, but why is it that when Mike Williams gets discussed, that label never gets thrown around?
Oh, it should be. Mike Williams is hurt a lot, man.
Yeah, no, he seems to be hurt every year, but he seems to miss a pretty substantial amount of time. Keenan's longest absence of his career, I think, was last year, but I think prior to that, he was only in like the 2-3 game category. I know everyone's scared of his age and all that, but realistically, I think the passing game is going to be channeled through him.
Ooh, Hitman goes Justin Fields here in the 4th after getting DJ Moore in the middle of the 3rd. I do have the option here between Mike Williams. I got Najee, got Brees, got Burrow, got Ayuk. We're in the 4th round here. Man, this is I feel like I'm just gonna keep going here with Brandon Ayuk at 48. I just love this pick here. And I need, like, at this point, for me, I consider him a wide receiver 1-2, like a guy that's going to be on that fringe of somewhere like around wide receiver 12 to 15. And so that if you already have that estimation in your brain, then he's at a value right there. Especially when you can look at all the other wide receivers that have already gone off the board. Yeah, I would take, with the uncertainties around if Ritter's any good. Like we know Purdy's good. I don't, I know you think he's going to regress, but man, that system just creates confidence in the quarterback, and Ayuk is so good.
I will agree with that.
Ayuk is just so good. I think he's going to have a great year, definitely pay off at his ADP here at 43.
No, definitely. I think that you got to like all those guys, all the skill guys on the Niners. But, the QB that has been the question mark for me, not because he may not produce, but I think that the injury risk minus the the lack of film, lack of experience, But again, we're not paying a lot of money for him. We're not paying a high draft pick for him. So you're not gambling a whole lot by taking him late.
All right. Our man Taps, he started out Tyreek Hill. He's in the 5-hole right before me. Garrett Wilson, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson. That's pretty solid too, man. I think you're going to play with that. He just doesn't have running backs yet, going with the 0 RB build. But I think Mark Andrews now at 29. Steve, who do you think is going to be, like, let's say if Kelsey does miss extended time, between Andrews, Hawkinson, Waller, Kittle, who do you got as the next man up to take the tight end 1 crown?
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you the guy that makes me that gives me the least amount of comfort, and that's Kittle. He on a week-to-week basis is just super inconsistent, plus a bit fragile injury-wise. But man, that guy can put up some massive weeks. So there's definitely a trade-off to be had. I think that if you're looking for consistency, there's the Waller could be a good option. But I think you also have to look at what happened with him the past couple of years, where everyone had all this confidence in him, and he just had a massive, massive career regression. I think Hawkinson is the guy that I've been speaking up the most. I think that Derek knows out of all people, and that's why his profile picture is T-Hawk, that I think that boldly predicted that he would be the tight end 1 this year. So,
I'm kind of torn here. I think I'm going to end up getting some exposure. I'm going to go Christian Kirk. That was a close one for me. I almost got some exposure to Alexander Madison at 58, and then I'm like, I haven't really done that. I've been fading Alexander Madison all off season. I'd rather buy into Ty Chandler as a second-year running back. Well, when it comes to cards, but even when it comes to fantasy, I'd rather fade Madison. I know a lot of sharp analysts think he's going to get the volume, and they think the role's there for him. I'd rather have Christian Kirk there. Would you rather have Christian Kirk or Alexander Madison?
I think Kirk. I'll tell you what. I do have very small amount of exposure to Madison, but he has a clear role. I think he has at least a 60% share in that offense, which is sizable enough to warrant the draft position. But my biggest fear is that he does lose work on receiving downs.
Look at Derek being bold in this draft, Steve. He gets Jalen Hurts at the 16, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts stack, and then he gets Jahmyr Gibbs at 33, Christian Watson at 40, and DeAndre Hopkins at 57. Man, Christian Watson at 40. I know that he dominated the air yard share in the preseason with Jordan Love, and I do see Christian Watson. I think there's already injury concerns too with Romeo Doubs. Did you hear that?
I did see that Watson was hurt. I didn't see that Dobbs was hurt.
So I got this this trade offer in one of our dynasty fantasy leagues for Jordan Love. He wants A.J. Dillon and Russell Wilson in exchange for Jordan Love. Kind of on the fence. I don't know if obviously it's going to be hard for you because your team is playing them at home week 1. It's like, yeah, like, no, I want you to suck week 1, but I don't care what you do after that. Just suck when you play the Bears.
I'll tell you what, man. I wasn't that high on him before. I still don't think that he's like the next Aaron Rodgers, but I think that he'll have a pretty good season from a fantasy standpoint, like above average. I think a lot of the card hype is a bit overblown, but if you can get
what the heck is wrong with this draft room?
What's that?
I just got Trevor Lawrence at 67. I just got like a steal. I just got Trevor Lawrence 2 rounds later than Justin Fields. I'm sorry. I know Fields, your boy, he's a Konami code, but Trevor Lawrence is a solid Konami code as well, man. With some serious, they're going to play aggressive, man, and they're going to be scoring a lot. I don't know why Trevor Lawrence went this late. Maybe it's just I got lucky. Maybe it's just happenstance. It's definitely not indicative of his card values, as PSA submission rates, but. Dang, I thought I got him at good value here. Got him at two rounds later than Fields, Burrow, Herbert. I mean, all those usual cast of characters in the top 6, top 7. Steve, did I lose you?
Yeah, my monitor did that stupid glitchy thing it does once in a while, and it always kicks me out of StreamYard. What I was going to say, though, is the interesting thing about the comparison between the two is, you could expect, I think, both guys to improve on last year's numbers. I don't think there's any mystery there. But not a lot of people realize this is as bad of a passing season as the Bears had last year. Like, Fields outscored Trevor Lawrence last year. So
okay,
if you can add like a little bit of a passing game to this equation, like it's suddenly pretty serious. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where my head is on that. And I think with your situation, it's more of you've got Kirk and you're getting him at a value because you're anticipating a continued progression as far as him improving skill wise, which makes plenty of sense. For me, Fields is like, if that's his floor, relying on the run only, I could only imagine if he has some good chemistry with Moore, which it looks like he does, where the ceiling is.
Yeah, no, this is a make or break year for him. Oh, man. This is so I feel like I'm getting some juicy picks here, brother. I could get Dallas Goedert right now or Jordan Addison. I like both of these. I gotta go with Addison though. Because Goddard technically, when I look at him with the equal, point per reception distribution between tight ends and wide receivers in this league, I look at Goddard as a wide receiver 3. Obviously, he's had some spike games, but on average, consistently, he's going to be the third wide receiver option behind A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. Whereas, when I'm looking at Jordan Addison, I mean, this guy should emerge. I get you T.J. Hawkinson, so okay, that's where it could make him the wide receiver 3, and just like Goddard. But I think Jordan Addison, based on his athletic profile as a wide receiver with this high-paced Minnesota offense, I think he could be a wide receiver 2. Like wide receiver, he could definitely finish. If you look at his athletic profile and what he did in college, draft capital spent on him first round, I mean, Jordan Addison could be a 1 in some offenses, but obviously when you step into an offense with Justin Jefferson, you're going to immediately become the 2. But he could be a nice, like, I can envision like a Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley type of, dominant wide receiver duo here with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, with Kirk Cousins slinging the ball in this Kevin O'Connell scheme with a bad defense. I mean, this could be nasty.
I still think that you're right. I think at some point in the season he may carve his own rollout. I think you have a lot of mouths to feed just because Jefferson is like 2 for 1, if you will. And then I do think that too many people are just fading KJ Osborne just a little too easily.
Rick, I love it, man. I can't. I sold all my Jordan Addison rookie Premier Hollows. I sold my last one, my last Premier Hollow, just the other day. So I need some more Jordan Addison stock exposure. Any way I can get it, I'll get it here on UnderdogFantasy.com, and at 6 picks of ADP value as well, Steve.
Let's see here.
I'm back on the clock, brother. I think, I do really like Khalil Herbert, but in this range, again, a guy I think is going to get a lot of targets, man, is Elijah Moore with the Cleveland Browns. And just such a good route runner and separator. I feel like this is definitely going to pay off at his ADP, and got him right on ADP. And going back to his rookie year, we could see a nice upside, and that was with the likes of Mike White and Zach Wilson. So let's get an improved Deshaun Watson. Let's get some Elijah Moore out there, and we got some spike games coming.
I think that he's a massive value at that ADP. I could see him finishing in like the 50s or even lower by the time the season's over. It's that recency bias, Andy. I think everyone, a season goes by and people are like quick to remember or quick to forget, just how good he was as a rookie.
Yeah. All right, Bazambo out in the chat is in a full PPR draft. He needs urgent assistance, Steve. I think you're the perfect guy for this. Should he – oh, no, it's not a draft, but it's a trade. Should he trade Josh Allen and J.K. Dobbins for Lamar Jackson and Alexander Madison? Ooh.
He has Allen and Dobbins?
That's what I'm reading that as.
Nah.
He has Allen and Dobbins, and he's thinking about trading for Lamar and Madison. I'm out. What do you say? I'm out on that.
Definitely
I want Allen and Dobbins.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you have Dobbins and Allen, that's the better pairing.
The chat almost unanimously agrees. So there you go, Bazambo.
Rare moment.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the Quest Bazambo. I've not seen you out there in the chat before. It's a new logo, a little bee on fire there. I like it. Welcome to the Quest. Appreciate you being here, Bazambo.
I'm actually shocked. I was talking about a draft I did last night where I was going ahead and starring up my players for the next few rounds, and I was in the end of the fourth round, give or take. Wasn't yet my pick, but I had started up Khalil Herbert, and by some weird connection to the universe, he got drafted. We're talking about the middle late fourth round. He got drafted. I've never seen him go that high, but I was like, somebody just had an image of Khalil Herbert in their head, and they're like, got to take him.
Oh man, I'm kind of torn here on. Kind of tempted to take Michael Thomas. Man, this is an interesting selection. I'll just go, I guess, with my default at the spot, which is going to be Antonio Gibson at a slight ADP value. But I'm not gonna lie, man. I've moved Jalen Warren up quite a bit in my rankings, and I'm not sure. I know he had a high efficiency last year. There's definitely some recency bias baked in there. But if you look at his snap share with the starters on the field, he's definitely got a role with Najee Harris on the field as well. With both of them in starting roles. So he's very interesting to me because he's been good, man. He's been really good. He's definitely an ascending player there. He's a good player. So I've moved him up quite a bit, but I do love the athleticism and the upside that Antonio Gibson provides in this new Eric Bieniemy offense coming over from Kansas City. Utilizing pass-catching running backs the way he has in his career in Kansas City makes me excited about Antonio Gibson. And then you got week 1 against the Cardinals. That's a smash matchup that should be positive game script. Like, apparently Jonathan Gannon with the Cardinals doesn't even know who the starting quarterback is going to be week 1. They also have major weaknesses to their interior offensive line, where the Commanders have their biggest strengths on defense, and that is their D-line. So this could be a feast on Clayton Tune or Josh Dobbs. It's between those two guys, and it's going to be a feast on those guys. And I think we could be in a great spot here for Gibbs or Brian Robinson. I know you like Brian Robinson too, man.
Interesting. Hey, what's up, Carter, in the chat? What's going on, man? I'll tell you what about Brian Robinson, and I think that just based on last season, people were fading him as a all-purpose back, but I do actually think that he is, and that's how he'll be used this year.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. They like Brian Robinson, and he's all 50 cented up now. I mean, he's going to be harder this year, right? He's going to be a better runner. And he should get quite a few carries. Like I think we're in a world where he definitely is over 200 carries. What do you think? He gets about 250 carries, something like that.
Yeah, or somewhere in the 2 to 250 range, or 180 with like 50 receiving attempts, perhaps.
Man, Mostert or Kincaid? Oh, I went Kincaid at the last second, only because I saw that I had Waddle.
You playing a little draft roulette there, are you?
I did, man. Last second, I went with Kincaid right at ADP. This is one of the most interesting things to me, is to see what Kincaid's snap share and routes run looks like Monday Night Football against the Jets. Whenever in week 1 compared to Dawson Knox, because Dawson Knox on the depth chart still their tight end 1, and that's the big question mark. They spent all this draft capital on Kincaid. What's the actual role going to look like during the regular season? During the game in different situations. So, yeah, it's a big question, man.
Nah, here's the thing: is they're both going to play. Knox is a red zone heavy kind of guy, and then you have Kincaid, who's like a slot guy, and if we end up being right about what we said during the start of the draft, actually, about Kincaid, is that they probably just use him as a slot receiver for a lot of the time, and then maybe occasionally roll two tight ends out, and using a larger package also spread the field out.
I know that's the upside, man. That's the hope. I hope
There's not going to be a
Kincaid
lot
gets.
of linebackers that can defend that kind of speed.
I know, man. He's good. He's good. He's demonstrated some great route running already, and he's exciting. He's exciting. You can see it in his card price too, obviously with the rookie factor there and everything. The stuff's expensive, and it's interesting because stuff like that is not on comc.com. It takes time. At their base submission rate is like 4 months, so it takes time to get cards unless you pay up to get them on their website. When it's like, well, if I want to flip it that quick, well, I'll just go post it on eBay and just go through the legwork, posting it, cataloging it, and posting it and stuff. And so you might as well get you some. Now you got pen pals. I see our man Ryan Haslip in the chat is about to crack his elite box he's been staring at. Dude, if you could save that for like till this weekend, we could crack it live on here. That'd be awesome. As I think he's got another box of luminance as well. But I know that's burning a hole in your desk right there. Just burning a hole right through you, man. I know you can't stand it, so you got to.
Yeah, that's hard, man. Sitting on unopened product is quite hard. Oh, what do we got?
I'm gonna go with somebody here that I haven't drafted since early in the off-season process.
All right.
I'm gonna go with Rashad Penny because if he is healthy, there obviously is certain definite upside at the ADP of 125, 126. He's gonna get carries. They got a free running back in Rashad Penny. It's gonna be a rotational type of situation. He can get a hot hand. Hey, man, it may be not. He may play week 1, get injured, miss the next 6 games, play week 10, make it into my starting lineup again, get injured, and then play week 17. If that happens and he smashes week 17, then we're golden, baby. You know what I'm saying? So he's a better and best ball guy for sure.
Oh, and we got Goff, Laporta off the board back to back. What's cool about Penny is, he's in a power slide because everyone was talking about Gainwell, and then they're talking about, this guy and that guy. But like in the meantime, we haven't heard about anything with him being injured, which is pretty much the only detractor to drafting him. So he's going to be a part of that offense, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, he is. He is. I think he's the guy that they primarily go to, first and 10 at the 25. Let's give it to Rashad Penny with the league's best offensive line. Let's not give it to our let's not design as many runs for our quarterback who we just paid, an insane amount of money. He's our franchise quarterback. Let's, now we've got this, staple of running backs. Let's give it to Rashad Penny. If it's a 2-minute drill, red zone situation, let's get Gainwell out there, some DeAndre Swift. So yeah, I think Penny's a nice play this late especially for best ball, man. So is
Right.
Damian Harris here. Kind of like Darnell Mooney too. I do need some more wide receivers. Because Adam Thielen's interesting. I'm gonna go with your guy Mooney here at the last second because I have seen him be very good going back to his rookie season, and now he gets a true number 1 in there. That's gonna help him out, and he's healthy. That's gonna help him out. He's got spike games for sure.
Yeah, I mean you can't possibly say that with Andy Dalton, him scoring like 180, 190 fantasy points was just pure luck. He's obviously got skill, but you actually have to throw the ball to catch the ball. So if they actually mount a formidable passing game this year, him being the number 2 option, or maybe he's the third behind Komet. We don't know. But that being said, I do like Mooney, and Mooney is an angry fella right now. He does feel a bit embarrassed about his year last year, and he wants to prove people that he's hungry.
Prove he shall, man. I've seen him turn Jalen Ramsey's ankles into dust. One of the best corners in the league. We've seen him burn some of the best corners, and it's just the target accuracy either wasn't there, the timing wasn't there, or then they just dealt with limited opportunities and injuries. So it's been an unfair. I think it's been a very unfair judgment of Darnell Mooney. He's actually a guy I'm interested in sniping, just because I know DJ Moore's market is harder to crack into now. I also see opportunity on DJ Moore. Just that 2018 market is definitely harder to crack into. Darnell Mooney's may be interesting to crack into with him being a 2020 rookie, but also having limited supply. Like he doesn't have much stuff. No,
there are very, very few cards. So if you actually look for his rookie ticket autos, you wouldn't think that, they'd go in the $30, $40 range, but they do, because there's just not a lot of options. Carter's asking if we're doing another one. I am.
Oh man, the peer pressure's coming in.
It's the last ride, man.
If I will do another one if Carter hops into the stream.
Okay, look at that.
Let's see. He sent me a message.
Sounds like a little bit of peer pressure.
Oh boy. He says he's ready. All right. Oh, snap. Almost got auto-picked. Carter, I'm not going to allow you to get out. Actually, I got a bone to pick with Carter. So, yeah, I'm glad we're getting him on here. All right. I'm going to invite him as soon as I draft this player right here. Dang, I kind of go – maybe I go Jordan Love here.
Okay.
Get a second quarterback. I definitely got to get a second quarterback. Yeah, because, Carter is the reason why we drafted our Startup Dynasty League the way we did. And now we've got Cooper Kupp, an aging wide receiver that's injured, that's just plummeted down this draft board, sitting on our Dynasty roster.
Ruh-roh.
All right, so what are we looking at here? How's this thing going? How's this thing shaping up? What's Tap's been up to?
Whoa. Derek drafted who I thought you were going to take, and that was KJ Osborne.
Well, I got Jordan Addison already.
That's true.
Yeah, I definitely.
We do often discuss having pieces of high-powered offenses, but yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had I had Addison already. And Derek, he's sitting on, I see he's going with a little late Goff, Jameson Williams mini stack here. Also drafted Jonathan Taylor even in the 6th. I still feel like that's a good value if he plays, but he may not play, but it's a couple games.
I thought about getting him there as well. But somebody was going to take him.
Yes, we are playing the Puppy 4 right now, everybody. We're playing the Puppy 4 on UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Quest. If you want to get in the next draft with us and you're new, promo code Quest will get you a 100% instant deposit bonus. You get in the draft now, and then later, after the stream, you can actually go rewind. About 30 minutes ago, we gave you a couple of our favorite pick'ems this weekend where we're playing over-under on the props. And and we got some juicy props that we're betting on this weekend. Plus, they had the mystery pick'em of Patrick Mahomes, half a passing yard. It's so good. So good. So Messiah wants us to air out Derek's roster here, and yeah, he went with Jonathan Taylor in the sixth. So that was the big gamble there. He took DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Watson. I feel like the roster started out really strong. I like DeAndre Hopkins, but I feel there's man, I don't know, man. I'm on the fence on Christian Watson. This is definitely a higher risk there. There's a higher risk to Christian Watson than Tyler Lockett sitting right there. Oh, I got auto picked.
Clip it. Somebody clip it. Derek, you in the chat? Derek is hard. JT's hard to pass upon once Dobbins is gone. Yeah. Oh man, what did you get him in like the 7th round? I mean, that's if he misses the whole season, then obviously then that's a massive womp womp. But 6th round, so you're getting a potential 1st rounder in the 6th round. So,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Card of the Power.
Going on.
Power Hour LSU.
Let's freaking go.
So I don't know if you heard this while you were hopping on, but the elephant in the room, man. Obviously, let's just go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room, and that's our co-managed Dynasty Superflex squad right now. Are we in trouble?
We're in a lot of trouble. Christian Watson's banged up. Cooper Kupp is banged up. We just got a tank. We're selling all our assets. We're tanking. Selling our assets. We'll have Jalen Hurts. We'll have Jalen Hurts and Caleb Williams next year. Let's just bottom out, and just get Caleb next year, and we'll be good to go, man.
This is all your fault. You know that.
Well, look. I draft for upside, baby. Cooper Kupp is coming back healthy. We just got to tank. We'll tank and we'll be set for next year. Sell our assets and we'll be good to go. I went live on. I didn't know I could go live automatically, so I'm live to the mediocre fantasy audience, which is an audience of 20 subscribers. Which most of which are actually in here right now.
Yeah.
So y'all stay here, please do. But yeah, we got to do another draft. In fact, we got to do 2 more drafts.
Ooh, well, then it's the last night, man. It's the last night.
So. You got to get them in while you can. I see Taps in here. So is Taps just a fantasy guy, or is he a football card guy too?
Oh, he's a football card guy now too. He was in the hobby. He's been a long-time collector. He used to do a lot of eBay dealing back in the day. He's always been an entrepreneur. But he's been primarily a fantasy guy for the past, I don't know, I think probably about a decade or so. And he's got a lot of accolades and stuff he's been very successful in fantasy, and he recently discovered our podcast, Carter, and was like, oh man, these guys are taking their fantasy knowledge and applying it to cards. And then he realized what the sports card market landscape is like today. And he's been tearing it up. Yeah,
I think the next evolution to go along with like Bowman U, while you guys focus on your picks, there's this way of fantasy football called Campus to Canton. And you like draft guys coming out of high school, and you have them like it's like dynasty on steroids. So if you would have drafted like Caleb Williams a few years ago, you get to have him all the way throughout. And what's interesting about that is like, I don't know. I hope Bowman U actually grows into something. And I know a lot of the people watching this aren't college uni guys, but that's my ish, bro.
Tell you, man, the quality is there. The quality is there with the Bowman University Chrome, you know?
Yeah, and man, it's cool because, in the NFL, like, there are so many great quarterbacks in the NFL. There really is. What's really cool about college football is the rules are so offensive oriented that there's like a gazillion good quarterbacks. Like, it is unreal how many good quarterbacks are out there. But one thing, if I could just say one thing, I'm so freaking pissed off that I keep seeing these lists that have Justin Herbert over Joe Burrow in the NFL quarterback hierarchy. It pisses me off. It pisses me off to no end.
Andy can vouch for me on that one. I've been saying Burrow since the inception of our show. So Burrow is the guy, man. He is the Tom Brady replacement.
God, it pisses me off. Like, I don't know. What do you think, Andy?
Well, I mean, Joe Burrow was PFF's #1 graded quarterback last year, and his passing efficiency metrics in like those intermediate sectors of the field is insane. And you look at the wide receiver talent he's got, Herbert doesn't have that at all. So I'm with you. I mean, I'm Burrow all day, especially if their defense is going to regress a little bit. I mean, I'm Burrow all day over Herbert. In this draft, Burrow went 2 spots earlier than Herbert. So, you know.
All right, Andy, you're picking, so don't auto again, please.
Yeah, I got 1 auto pick already, man. Rashee Rice.
We talked a bit about at the National. 3 of us talked a bit about college, and I got into how like there's not like a bona fide major college market here. But I will say this: I'm not a college uniform guy per se. Carter, I sent you that Justin Jefferson Prism gold auto last night, man. That I'm mad at myself for not buying it. I mean, that just went for too damn low. And here's the thing: is if it's a player you like, even if you're not a college uni guy, I mean, why the hell not? A lot of times you can get, an NT card of a college guy you like that would be like 3 times as expensive in the pro uniform. You know what I mean? So if you like the player, why not?
Why not? What was really interesting about that set, Steve, is the orange prism looks gold. Yeah. So it looks kind of like a color match on the card. But yeah, man, I sent Andy some of the cards I was looking at earlier. Some of these Drew Brees 1 of 1 logo, man. These cards are so cool, and they're game worn. And not only are they game worn, they had the freaking date, the game that Drew Brees played in. And I'm looking at these cards. I was like, I would trade a good bit of my collection for these cards. So I'm moving a lot of like this Leaf stuff that I have to hopefully one day move up to get something like that, which would be dope as hell.
That's pretty cool.
And not an ordinary logo, man, either. That was the Reebok logo, man, which you don't really see much anymore.
Right. So Messiah with the question, Carter, at the end of the day, their NFL careers are over. Who do you think will be better, Burrow or Herbert? Okay. This is what I'll say about the debate. Justin Herbert physically is a far superior quarterback than Joe Burrow. Okay. And there's not many guys athletically that can compare to Herbert outside of Mahomes and Allen, if we're being honest. And what's Andy going with here? Let's see.
I got to go with the running back here. Might go with my guy, Sean Tucker.
I've been drafting him some.
I'm kind of interested. Yeah, you know what? They've like, I'm gonna draft Sean Tucker.
Syracuse.
Yeah.
But yeah, Messiah, I do think it's Joe, and a big reason is because of Jamar. But I just think Joe's a better quarterback. I just do. Now, am I super biased? Yeah. I've met both of them, ironically. Herbert was very brief. I got to spend a little bit more time with Joe. I like both of them. And I know I'm an LSU guy, and I got a Burrow painting in my background. But I do think Joe is better. And it's not just because he's already accomplished more at this point. I just think, Burrow just is a better quarterback at this point. Now, what I will say, as Andy as my witness here, I do think people are kind of forgetting how good Lamar is. And I think when Monken coming in, and let me know what you guys think in the chat. Do you think Lamar's cooked? Because, he hadn't been elite in a while now. But Todd Monken's offense is a lot of fun to watch. He is an expert at featuring tight ends. The Ravens have by far the best 1-2 punch at tight end. And I think Zay's going to fit in well with them. So I'm still a Lamar believer. I really am. And I think, I think he's going to be great. And that's what kind of concerns you with Burrow. I was just in a high-stakes draft earlier tonight, and I kind of got froze out at quarterback. And I had to take Deshaun Watson. So I need your opinion, both of you, on D. Watson going into next year.
He has upside, man, for sure. I mean, this is a make or break year for him. If he does not exceed expectations with the system that he's got, the line, the run game, the coaching, the wide receivers, I mean, he's done, dude. He's done. You better watch out because DTR might take his place if he can't perform in this offense.
Oof.
I like
DTR.
I'm not sold on the full comeback to greatness on him, but I still put him in that B tier. You have Mahomes at the top, kind of like the alpha of the pack, and then Josh Allen maybe is right up there, and Hurts. And then you've got the A tier. You got Burrow, you got Herbert, and then you've got maybe Lamar at the end of that tier. And then you have the B tier, and I think he's like right at the top of that B tier because while he hasn't looked good yet, he still has like the big rushing upside to go with the big arm, plus all those weapons. So I think he's still going to be a good fantasy quarterback. I don't think personally he's going back to where he was with the Texans.
Let me get to a few of these comments here. I saw Ryan ask me about Paris Campbell and Terrace Marshall. I loved Paris Campbell because his cards are dirt cheap. And he also did, Andy, actually make a few plays in the preseason. I think he's wearing that number 0. And I think he's going to have a few good weeks this year playing in Dable's offense. And his cards are going like $2. Nice cards. And he's from that, what draft class is he? Not 2019. 2015, yes.
No, 2019.
2019, okay. Excuse me. I was like, wait, I thought it said 2019. But, I like that. I do. Going to a better offense, and it looks like he's healthy. You give me a few spike weeks, let's roll. Let's roll, baby. And Terrace Marshall obviously is an LSU guy, so I'm going to be biased there. So, yeah, sure. Let's roll. I think Paris is spelled with 1 R. Let me see. Is it? Let me see. Or no, is it 2?
Yeah, this doesn't.
It's Tarris. So you're right, Campbell.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I thought he had the 00 jersey on his Origins. Right? I was going to look at that up and ask you if you thought the 00 would actually, be a benefit there because,
oh yeah,
he's got the 0 now.
What are his autos going for?
They're cheap.
I've seen like NT rookies of his going for like sub $25. I mean, so there's obviously some doubters out there, which is fine, but there's not a clear guy in the receiving room there. You could say it's Darren Waller. Maybe to some degree that's true, but there's not a clear guy. I think maybe realistically the top receiver on that team is possibly Saquon Barkley. So if Paris Campbell, steps into this system and he shows what he can do, I mean, he's got that Debo role that everyone likes to talk about every year, but he's capable of doing that. Whether he's capable of staying healthy or not, I think is the big concern.
Yeah, and if I can get, rookie ticket auto for like $5, $10, $15, I'm down with it.
Yeah.
I'm willing to roll the dice there.
Roll that dice. Got to, man. No risk it, no biscuit, right?
Let's
and
go.
you're not at his ADP. I mean, you have a guy that could be, a big point scorer this year that you're getting with almost the last pick of the draft.
I see we got some usual banter between Derek and Messiah going in the chat about their Lamar Andrews stacks, and they're always trashing each other's teams. He's no, I didn't get my AR photo framed yet that I won at the National. It's back there though. It's nicely preserved. I am gonna get that framed and put it on my wall for sure.
That's cool, man.
Awesome.
That's pretty sweet. I have one
Hyde.
signed 8x10 in a college uniform. T. Higgins.
Ooh, T. Higgins. Nice.
T. All right, let's roll. Are we doing a team review or are we going right into another draft?
Yeah. Let's let's roll into another draft. Let's roll
96.5% filled on the puppy. Let's get it going.
All right, we got to get it in.
Still open. All right, this is how we do it, Carter.
Okay.
I don't know if this is how you do it on your channel, but we pull up the clock on the computer and we tell everybody to hop in so this is going to be 11:14. It's an 8-second delay, so this gives them plenty of time. You're out there, get in there. Even if you use promo code Carter, use that promo code Carter if you're new. Let's get in here. Let's get going.
You're paying attention to your own clock, not Andy talking, not anything but your own clock only.
So at 11:14, okay. Just say go for me, Andy, because I'm having to look into a different window.
All right. So I got
We're going
that.
on 14.
It's gonna be 9. Go. And we should get a lot of us in here because it's filled, but it was like empty when we hopped in.
There's gonna be some mad people in the chat. We didn't get a lot of time for everyone to jump in there.
Derek is about to laugh so hard. I get the 1-8 in every draft. In every paid league, high stakes league, I get the 1 freaking 8. The absolute worst slot. It's every single time. Every single time.
I feel like I have seen you in the 1.8 quite a bit. So then you should be like on your game here, man. You should have this strategy down pat from the 8-hole.
He's well versed out of that spot.
All right, who all got in here? I think Bush League gets mad at us. He said your clock method blows, Andy.
Why?
No, the clock method is flawless. It's just you gotta set it out 2-3 minutes for people to have time to to get in there and click the button and make sure that they're ready to go. 90 seconds isn't a lot of time.
That feels like an eternity to me.
Here's the thing, Bush League. If I win the $20,000 here, even though you didn't get in, I will buy you a rookie ticket auto of somebody. I won't say who. Of somebody. It just depends who is. But it's not gonna be a Peyton Manning. I'll tell you that. God,
I get a rare opportunity to go Jamar Chase here. This is how much confidence. I got to show confidence here in my LSU brother over here.
Yeah, I know. And both of y'all get the 1.1 and 1.2. Both of which are LSU players.
It's been a long time since I had this ADP, man.
I'm with you, Steve. It feels good too, man. Those streamers delight.
I still have not drafted Austin Eckler in a single draft.
What?
Not a single one. I've never been in spot. I'm always a 1.8. I've gotten the 1.1 and 1.2 like a few times. I have never gotten Austin Eckler.
You're gonna get him today. Never mind.
No, not today. Right when you said that, Nunya got you. Nunya said Nunya.
Carter, I was trying to use the strategy that worked the night that I got Tyreek at like the 7th pick. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm still mad at you about
Andy,
that.
I was complaining that I never get the right draft position to get Tyreek Hill, like 4, 5, 6. I usually get before or late in the first round. And then I think I was sitting at 7 or 8, and he just didn't get taken. And Carter's like, there's no way this happens. And then he landed right on me, and I'm like, now I got to take him. There's no way.
Meant to be. What's Carter gonna do? Oh, AJ Brown. Is that a differentiation for you, or are you always the AJ Brown there?
Nah, never. I've not drafted a whole lot of AJ Brown. So.
Well, there you go. I love that play there. I like AJ Brown there over Diggs because of the whole winter thing. I don't know how much you like buy into, the week 17, and I think about week 17 in Buffalo, and I think about snowballs getting thrown in their face and stuff, and people sledding around the stadium.
In reality, here, Carter, if Kelsey slid to you, were you going to take him?
No, I'm not. I'm not taking any Kelsey now.
Yeah, I don't think so.
At this point,
I'm not opposed to drafting him. I'm not drafting him in the first round. I mean, you're essentially sinking your own ship if he misses any significant time.
Yeah, we watched Cooper Kupp slide to the. I think he went to like the 4th round in that last draft. It was pretty shocking. So let's see what Carter's going to do. I do recognize Broncos 2000. That is a premium member. Broncos out there. Recognize Derek DBO 68 and Hitman and you, Carter. So I guess our clock method is getting a lot of downvotes over here. People like the countdown. I used to do the countdown though, and I got in trouble for doing the countdown. So
countdown is. Here's the thing: there's always people that don't get in on the countdown. Just the same as this. The timing thing works 100% of the time. I do it with Derek all the time. I do it with people from work all the time, and it almost never fails. So I think we just got to give them a little time, Andy. You got to remember that we're running on high octane, keeping the show moving, and we got to get people to get situated. They could be eating a sandwich in one hand and reading something on their phone and listening, and we got to give everyone a chance to get in.
Here's Cooper Kupp at the end of the 2nd round after getting chased.
It's calling your name.
how many Cooper Kupp? Oh, dude, Andy's going for the full out stack.
Boom.
I'm going double alpha. I'm going double down alpha. Joey B.
Oh shit! I'm on the clock again.
Unless Hitman snipes him. I'd love to wait till the 4th round to get him. I should wait, right? I mean, take him here.
You should be able to get there.
Someone might not let me, but I think I've got like the ADP. I'd be reaching 20 picks to get him here.
Oh, Caladesi just destroyed my dreams of Devonta Smith falling 6
Sorry, man. I thought about letting them slide by, but there's no way he was making it to you.
I thought we were going to be friendly here. But no.
I just didn't want anyone else there, so I had to take him. If you were like 2-3 picks after me, I probably would have gambled and went somewhere else. But he wasn't making it past Derek, that's for sure.
I also don't have any Jahmyr Gibbs. None.
Okay.
And I have a crap ton of David Montgomery. Like an absolutely metric crap ton.
That's a good thing.
Well, maybe you draft somebody. Maybe you take a Rashad White in that range this time. Or are you thinking about prioritizing running back here? I mean, I think the running backs here, actually, there's some interesting names out there right now. One of which I wouldn't pass up if I were you, Carter. I don't know this. Oh, you got to go. You got to get Stevenson, right?
I don't have much Ramadre.
Oh, he's gonna be a bell cow, man.
Do we like Ramadre?
I like Ramadre a lot.
Mm.
He's a beast, dude. They dropped all their other running backs. It's him and Ezekiel Elliott. Ramadre is the best player on that team.
True.
Ramadre?
There's still a run, not run first team, but there's still a run dominant team. I don't think there's a true run first team anymore.
Look at Ramadre's receiving opportunity, routes run number 6, route participation number 6, target share number 4. This was last year, so it's only going to increase this year with Bill O'Brien as their OC and actually having a decent offense. And then you look at his efficiency, number 3 in juke rate, number 3 in evaded tackles. I mean, the guy in these efficiency metrics was an RB1, so he was an RB10 on fantasy points per game basis, and I think he gets even better this year.
Ramadre to the mother effing moon, then.
At least to the point where he's giving you like 1,700 all-purpose yards, and he only got 6 touchdowns last year. And maybe that doesn't go up, but he had 1,400 all-purpose yards last year with 69 receptions. That's going to go up, man. I have very high confidence that's going to go up. And that was already RB10. And you're getting them here when we're already in that wide receiver like 15 to 20 type range. So that's my thing. Like, if you can get them there, I like it. And that was your first running back.
Hey, Carter, Rick's busting your balls there, man.
For what? What you saying?
About the said you're backed up with some Montgomery. You might need some X-Lax or something. He said that did Demont go to LSU? No, he definitely did not.
No, he didn't. He is an Iowa State Cyclone.
Actually, Javonte Williams is interesting one. He's not he hasn't been drafted in our draft yet, so I won't talk too much about him. Oh, dude, our man Ryan from Rhinoverse just pulled a Gibbs Luminance on card auto. Let's go, Ryan. I just drafted Gibbs at the 26. He's a beast. Congratulations.
Very nice, man. Congrats. Now is the time to get that list. Andy, I think that we had a pretty cool draft on stream last week. We had a probably very unique roster in that we went pretty old at the receiver position. But I think that that's cool because I don't think a lot of people did that. Now, it didn't exactly happen on purpose, but it just worked out that way.
Yeah, that was wild. Some of these drafts go wild.
So what's the word on Drake London? I mean, are we feeling that or?
Hey,
he looked solid at the end of the year. I think the change of quarterback was all the difference.
Ritter's got to be better than Mariota. London's got a lot of potential, man. So does Kyle Pitts. But, I mean, how much are they just going to give it to Bijan and Algier? I mean, they were the most run-heavy team in the league last year.
Here's your chance, Andy.
Oh, I was about to get auto-picked. Oh, but I already got my guy started up. We good. Right on cue. Look at that. Right on ADP.
I was looking at the screen. I was like, Andy, you better not botch this one, man. He's sitting right there.
At
Andy. Look at Andy.
This roster right now just looks like a Mona Lisa, man. I mean, it's just right now it's just a masterpiece.
Derek, this one's for you, buddy.
Hawk.
Oh, now I don't know where to go. Let's see.
Take your time.
Yeah. I mean, at the worst case scenario, it'll take the guy I got started up, right? Oh, you know what? Let's do it. I already started them up. Let's take it.
Good. I like it when Kaladesi takes bad players. It makes me happy.
What?
Aaron Jones is
Zero regression,
washed.
age correlation so far.
It's a washed. He is a washed.
How do you figure?
He is so washed. No, I'm kidding. He's pretty good.
I'll tell you what. There's a chance, maybe, that he's either going to play really well and they're going to keep him, or he's going to play really well and he could get traded if the if the Packers are tanking. I've seen some experts say that they think that the Packers are a playoff team this year. I don't know if I believe that, but what do you guys think?
Playoff team.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
Playoff.
Ooh, Carter, we have a comment in from Mediocre Fantasy. It shows a little special icon next to Chris Borke here.
What's up,
if I
Chris?
said that right, Chris?
What's up, Chris? What are we doing? We're doing Kenneth Walker. Let's go. I get down with some Kenneth
PPR.
Walker.
Is that Darren Waller?
I get down with some Kenneth Walker.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, you got Kenneth Walker at 56. Yeah, that's wonderful, man.
Get some of that. Give me some of that sexy ADP value, baby.
Chris, are you talking about Darren Waller or Kenneth? Because Carter was drafting.
Who wins the trade? PPR Waller and Elijah Moore for Christian Watson and Freiermuth. Waller and Elijah Moore. I think
That's a good one.
I like the second one.
You like Watson and Freiermuth
I like
better?
Watson Freiermuth.
Yeah, I would probably go that. If it is just Darren Waller, I think for this year, especially since we don't know what Watson is doing right now, or what Watson's injury is, I might go Waller and Moore here. But also depends.
Just fine, but I think that with Watson, you've got the clear number one, and a proven tight end. Now Waller is a proven tight end, but he hasn't been proven for a while. So you're basically gambling on his preseason production to, carry out throughout the regular season.
I think I'm going Waller and Elijah Moore here as well. I think Watson and Freiermuth might get a little too touchdown dependent heavy. I feel like a Moore and Waller may get more targets.
Yeah,
that's a close one though. That's a really close one, and it's PPR. That's a great question there, Chris. Good one, man.
It's not like really heavy either way. To be fair, it's pretty close.
Look, Thundering is worried about my 3 Cincinnati Bengals players on bye week. Yeah, it's okay, brother. We got a long draft, and that's my stack. I got an optimal stack for every other week of the season that plays the Steelers twice a year with Deontay Johnson. We're good. We're good. Just hang tight. What do you do? Oh, Chris Godwin at 65. Carter. There we go. I could not convince you to draft Chris Godwin.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
Why not? Guy's amazing.
I'm telling you, watch out for this Tampa Bay offense week 1. I think people have egregiously slept on Tampa Bay's offense because of Baker Mayfield. And maybe it's Todd Bowles too, but I like Dave Canales. Look at what he did last year in Seattle, and now he's our OC. He's going to be calling the offensive plays, and he's bullish on Rachaad White. Holy crap! About the auto pick, y'all were going to let me auto pick too, weren't you?
Yeah, I was just listening because you sounded so wonderful.
JT.
Oh. I got
That makes
auto
my
pick.
decision
Jonathan
just a little
Taylor.
bit easier.
Dude, I mean, Jonathan Taylor at pick 71. Imagine saying that a month ago. I mean, I just think that
you'd be like,
I mean, I think that could be such a steal, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Jonathan freaking Taylor.
yeah, let's hope he plays now. I was saying this to Derek last draft because Derek drafted him right at this same spot, right here at the 6-7 turn, and here I got. So I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's like, dang, I hope he plays, man, because if not, he's useless. So it's still a gamble here at 71.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
I think that the only real risk is if he doesn't play. I mean, if he plays, you just got the steal of the draft, hands down. But all right, Andy being a little gambler tonight. He's got Javonte also, and I'm all about.
I like
that, man.
Javonte.
I've been drafting a lot of sheets. Andy, I know I got a lot of criticism. I was going heavy Jacobs just like I was last year, and I was getting them in the 4th round. You can't get them earlier than the 2nd, or later than the 2nd. You know,
Got American Patriot in the house.
AP's my guy, man.
let's go.
AP, what's good, brother?
Yeah, another auto pick. I'm glad you're here, AP. I need help. Man.
AP a PHLer. We're still in pain, man. Got our asses
That's you.
kicked.
I know. I felt bad because I know you really didn't want to talk about Jordan Davis rookie cards going up, this and that. After that week 1 game, and it's like you told me you guys were the only ranked matchup that weekend, so everybody was watching that.
Everybody watched us get our ass kicked. Everybody. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta go on ahead and draft him. I was gonna try and get sexy to see if he would fall to me. There we go. This draft is starting beautifully. Beautifully.
Goddard,
That's
man.
what I'm saying, man.
I honestly think he's one of my favorite tight ends.
You should have that number 8 spot locked down, and you're doing a good job so far. I'm digging it, man. AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts. Now you got Goddard. You got Ramondre Stevenson. I had to twist your arm a little bit there to get Stevenson, but I think you like it now. Drake London, Ken Walker, Chris Godwin. Man.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's see. Broncos starts out Diggs, Olave, DJ Moore, comes back with Justin Fields. Love that DJ Moore, Justin Fields stack as well. Dameon Pierce in the 5th, like it. Gabe Davis in the 6th, like it. David Montgomery, man, that's a solid draft right there too. That's a seasoned drafter kind of roster coming together there. I think Derek ultimately, like, I don't know what you guys feel about this, but when I do my friends and family league, I used to do a rule where in seasonal where the last place person got to pick at number 6, and then it went from there. Like last place had pick at number 6. Second to last place pick at 7, because I felt like 6 was the hardest spot, right in the middle of the draft board.
Interesting.
I mean, look at Derek's roster. I like some parts of it, but then I'm like, I don't like other parts of it. Like I mean, he went Bijan Robinson at number 6 overall. When does Derek do that? That's kind of unusual right there. And then Jalen Waddle at 19. Okay, love it. Mark Andrews at 30. Okay, I can get on board with that. But then Christian Watson at 43, and I know Carter and I disagree on Christian Watson. And then Pickens at 54. Pickens ahead of Tyler Lockett. Or no, I guess Tyler Lockett went right before him. But Pickens ahead of Kirk, Dotson, Zay Flowers? Ahead of Zay Flowers? I don't know if I could do that. And, you know,
So basically, Derek lost his fastball. He's washed.
No.
That's what you're basically saying, man.
He lost his fastball. No, I think what I'm saying is this is probably his 250th draft at this point. He's like in he's just making the wildest picks that he hasn't made. He's like, this is a $5 because he also used to doing the $25 Best Ball Mania fours. He's like, this is a $5 puppy. Let's get crazy.
Brad Nolan's in here. Let's go to American Patriot since we have a great college football mindset.
Damn.
I'm betting Colorado over Nebraska -3. Do I take the over under a 59? Oh man. Man, that game is such a hard game to handicap. I would guess the under. I think that offense will cool down some, especially after the way the game went last week. I don't think Matt Rule is going to get in a shootout. But yeah, I mean, I think that Colorado line, if you really want Nebraska +3, I think you can get a better number closer to kickoff because there's just going to be so much money gassing in on the freaking Buffaloes.
Do you think? I mean, you think Shador is the real deal? You think he'll like translate to the NFL?
Man, he's good. He's pretty good. I don't think he's like a Trevor or someone of that stature, but I think so. I mean, I think he could play in the league eventually. Oh, Marvin Mims this early. You sexy beast. Look at you.
Andy, can we get some love in the chat for Brad Nolan? Asking, where's Trubisky drafted at?
Oh, my God.
He's not drafted. I'm sorry. You're in the wrong format.
And if this was a super flex, he would be taken later. But sadly, not in this format. Unless you got some big stones and you want to take him last as a unique play.
See, Derek always does these 2 tight end builds that never make sense to me, and I just got both my picks sniped there.
Andy, you got me right in the stones. Speaking of that, with B-Rob,
I know. After your analysis on the last draft, I decided to differentiate my exposure between Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson. So,
yeah, because the thing is the next available running back after him was Dylan, which normally would be fine, but I had Aaron Jones already. So when you took him, I was like, oh, derailed. Derailed.
So look at Carter, going back to this 2 tight end build that Derek's doing. I haven't seen him do a 2 tight end build on some later drafted tight, or I guess, you're going to get like, he's got Mark Andrews and George Kittle here. So I feel like almost like he was drafting based on best player available in the 7th, because George Kittle in the 7th, he does have that top 3 upside if he's healthy and things are clicking. It's not artificial turf, right? Like George Kittle is.
Right.
He's only going to play on a real turf now.
Something else, I will say this to AP's question about like the over-unders and stuff like that. I'm always really good at the beginning of the year, but I get figured out quickly. So I'm horrible. Don't take what I say as law. Sports betting is really hard. So
I will say this, Carter, I don't know how much NFL you do, but
yeah.
Week 1, I feel like is the easiest to bet on in the NFL.
Oh yeah.
If you are in tune with a player's profile, previous season performance, yada yada yada, the lines are kind of set a little soft in my opinion. Because it's all based around somewhat of an unknown expectation with a lot of players. That's why the sheet that we did on the show earlier with Andy had a lot of like obscure guys on it. But as the season goes on, these roles become more and more defined, and the lines just get really firm, really tight, really hard to beat. Whereas week 1 is not that hard, and then week 2 gets a little harder, but after that, it's a massive uphill climb.
No, I'm in full agreement, man. It's if you like what I read a stat earlier that home underdogs in week 1 are a ridiculously good play to make. So yeah, take that to the bank.
Thundering says Trubisky's a bad player. Hey man, don't hate on my PC like that. Don't hate on my PC like that.
So what you're saying is, as the Giants, you should be betting on the Giants Sunday night. I don't know why I keep back to this
I got the
Giants-Cowboy
lines
matchup.
up here. Let me tell you. Oh, I did have. Oh, here they are.
I pulled up the PFF line on the Colorado.
So if you want to take
Nebraska game.
if you want to take the Giants, they are plus 2.5 or plus 143 straight. Wow.
I can't keep drafting more Cincinnati players, can I? No, but I can draft Daniel Jones here as my second quarterback with Joey B. Kind of liking that. I'm going to do that. As we're talking about the Giants. And then I'm going to put Star Hyatt. I know Waller's gone. Campbell will be out there late.
Man, I hate this part of the draft.
Hodgins, I've got like a 50% exposure to. I haven't drafted him in a while, but he was a guy I was drafted a lot earlier.
This guy grabbed Cousins from me. Just derailed my whole thing here.
So y'all think Kenny Pickett's already cooked?
What? Who says that?
Well, I mean, if you think Trubisky's a guy.
Oh, these Trubisky truthers. These Trubisky truthers.
Yeah, buddy.
If we were in a truther draft, yeah, Trubisky would be taken number 1. He's the guy that's got like he's the raw deal, Give the guy a better chance. I don't know, man.
We talk about what have guys done. I will say this. Let's not forget that what happened to that guy is an absolute crime professionally. He was a Pro Bowler his rookie year. Now, if this was the current card market, you guys would be throwing money at him, right? But he didn't like suddenly regress and get terrible. He was sabotaged.
Sabotage.
4 coordinators in 4 years will do that to you.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I'm letting them talk me back into Trubisky. I bet his market is super cheap.
Not as cheap as I'd like it to be because I'm still buying, baby. Not to resell, but just for myself.
See, the thing is, Trubisky may have more athletic ability than Pickett. He's obviously got bigger hands, but it all comes down to the decision making late in games. I mean, this is where I've seen Trubisky make mistakes, make boneheaded decisions, and that could, I mean, he's got the draft capital, he's got the athletic ability. It's does he have the decision-making ability and the passing accuracy when push comes to shove on those money throws?
Samaje.
Where are you guys at? Oh, you're taking Samaje at 128 after Nico, Mostert. Look at you going Mostert 104.
What are y'all thinking about Mostert?
Mostert. Must start. He's nicknamed Must Start for a reason.
Let's go.
I mean, if he's healthy, that guy's one of the faster running backs in the league. And we know he excels in that kind of system. From the Kyle Shanahan tree, that Mike McDaniel's system. So, yeah, he's going to put up some tutties and some points for sure.
Since before we can get completely off the topic, right after Brad, Dan in the chat, love you, man. Repping Trubisky, not letting people disrespect the man. Yeah, the kicker doinked it. That was against the Eagles, man. We were absolutely shattered in that moment.
So it was a career-defining moment that did not go his way. So we got to leave a light on for him, right? Got to leave a light on for him.
Here's the interesting thing is he's not old, and it's a league that QBs can play for quite a long time. And so, I mean, I could see a realistic situation where, you know, maybe he gets finally the chance to start. I was honestly really excited for him to potentially start going to Pittsburgh. And then, man, they pulled that rug out from him real quick.
Well, if I want a nice Trubisky card, I know who to talk to.
I just got. I don't know if I
love that 2017 product too. Love that 2017 product.
Somewhere around here, I picked up a nice Trubisky recently.
Carter, you are focused over there, man. You're like, I'm gonna crush this draft. Do you feel like this is the best draft?
Normally I suck at these, so I mean I gotta give him my best, man.
I mean, you were off to such a hot start. With AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts, feeling great. Ramondre Stevenson, Drake London, Kenneth Walker, Chris Godwin, Dallas Goedert. But then you start going off the rails in the 8th round. Quentin Johnson over Cortland Sutton. All right, no, you got him right after Cortland Sutton. Oh, you went Quentin Johnson over Elijah Moore. Then Raheem Mostert. I like Mostert there, though. Nico Collins. I like it. P. Ryan. Okay. All right. At 128. Mooney at 137. I like it. So he's just that one pick I didn't like.
Well, I'm just cooking, man. Let me
cooking.
cook.
No, you are cooking. You are cooking.
Let a brother cook.
Let a brother cook.
You know, there's some drafts where, like, none of the guys you star up get taken, and then there's this draft. I mean, I am drowning right now. Every time I star a guy up, they're getting yanked.
Andy, how's your draft going?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm trying to round it out. I just took Jalen Hyatt at 143. I made some reaches that people would be like, whoa. But I look at Marvin Mims as a rookie that I think can put up a massive amount of fantasy points this year. Because Russell Wilson, I think, still has the deep ball. And Sean Payton beat the table for this guy in the 2nd round. I think Mims is better than Judy, and Judy's always is banged up. And I think he's obviously faster than Sutton. And now with Patrick and everybody else out, it's Marvin Mims should be on the field in a lot of 2 and 3 wide receiver sets and like put up some serious points. Yeah, I'm feeling good about my draft. Let's see where I'm going to go here at 142. Oh, this is exactly where I'm going to go. I'm going to go with a play that you've touted almost all season. Contrarian to what Derek did at number 6 overall with Bijan, you went with Tyler Algier. You continue to beat the table for him. He's super efficient last year, given opportunities as a rookie, so he's young. Tyler Algier, man. Taking him.
All day.
Value.
Where is it? Oh, yeah, here.
Rick asked earlier why the Falcons were the most run-heavy team in the league last year.
Little
Well,
Algier.
I think there's a couple reasons. Nice, Steve.
What you
Little
got?
color match Algier.
Arthur Smith, he's a run-heavy coach to begin with. Look at his time at Tennessee before Atlanta, you know. And then at the same time, you have Marcus Mariota as your quarterback, and you've got a good offensive line, and you've got a good defense. So their whole strategy was to control the clock, move the chains, extend drives, score, and they hung in a lot of games. I think Atlanta hung in quite a few games that were decided at the end, right at the end. So that's Arthur Smith's style of football, man. I think they get a little bit more pass heavy this year, but not by much. So Tyler Algier becomes a play, I get that we think there's no wall that Bijan Robinson can hit in terms of volume, but golly, you think Bijan Robinson can stand up to like 350 carries or something? And that's still how many total carries they're going to have there this year? 500?
Yeah, you got to be realistic. It's not to say that he can't finish first, because he definitely can. He's got the right profile. He seems to have the proper skill set for it. But man, when you take a rookie running back first, you are essentially, you have to hit. He has to hit for that to be a good value. I've only drafted him a handful of times just to make sure I get exposure to him, but I think that's just such an expensive price tag to pay.
Oh, for Bijan?
Yeah.
Wow, his ADP has moved up to 6. I remember when the best balls we were doing right after the draft, people were taking him number 1 overall. And then that simmered down. There was a couple drafts that I did where I was getting Bijan in the early part of the second and at the end of the first. And now he's back up to Derek saying his ADP is 6.6. But I think some other guys in the chat are also surprised like me that his ADP is back up into the 6th. And it's not like end of the first, middle of the second.
Let's see. So I saw somebody in the chat said Ryan said he liked the Algier card. Then you'll really like this Trubisky Silver Select PSA 10 that I just got this week.
You just can't resist, can you?
Good, man. It's not every day you run into a couple other Trubisky enthusiasts. Brad, let's go. Hell yeah, man.
I'm gonna leave a light on for him. You know what? I definitely feel good having at least one Trubisky rookie card in my collection.
Now the next step, Andy, is to get it on your wall behind you. Then you'll really be cool.
I'll probably have to get a Trubisky silver auto. What's the entry price for a Trubisky silver rookie auto?
The select one or the Prism?
I guess just any kind of mid-tier rookie auto, like even a rated rookie.
There's actually an Optic Hollow PSA 10 that I have bookmarked that's really inexpensive right now. I can send it to you if you want it.
Is Jake Ferguson any good?
Oh, dude, he's been climbing a lot in the preseason and training camp. He's going to be like the Dalton Schultz role this year in Dallas. That's what he's trending in the direction of.
Let's keep it unique.
So I think I think Ferguson has showed from a tight end depth standpoint that he's got the best route running skills. So what they noticed during the preseason was with the starting offense, Ferguson was running the majority of the routes for tight ends. And I think you'll see Ferguson have like a lot of those tight end screens and stuff that they like to play. This guy's interesting, man. I got to ask you about this Kendre Miller, Carter.
Yeah, I'm just out.
I feel like
Oh, you just took him.
I just took him. No, but there were some people in the chat talking him up. I look at him sitting down with Matthew Berry talking him up. I see some things I like in the profile from college, but I'm like, man, has this guy got that dog mentality? Like, he does. I don't know, man. This is weird situation already with him.
Let's see here. Oh, you know what? I got quite a minute till my pick. Let me get you that link.
So you're out on Kendre?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the clock.
Let's see. Mr. Spike Week, baby. Rashid Shaheed.
There you go. So you would you rather have Shaheed than A.T. Perry?
A.T. Perry. It's made some news, but no, I think Rashid Shaheed can play. I
He's
do.
a rookie too, right?
He's year 2.
Oh, year 2 guy.
Yeah, no, he made plays last year.
Andy, check your whenever you're not busy, your Discord DM. Don't share that though. That's something somebody will buy immediately if you share. You asked me for a Trubisky deal. I sent you a Trubisky.
Rashid Shaheed.
Where did Cooper Kupp go? The 3rd, I think. Let me see.
So yeah. I noticed that
he went at the 3.5.
Oh, Cooper Kupp?
Yeah.
Rashid Shaheed is shown on the starting roster in 3 wide receiver sets with Michael Thomas, Chris Olave.
Rashid Shaheed can play. I'll just have to believe in the Shaheed.
Believe in the Shaheed.
Play.
So do you have the Week 17 matchups memorized, Carter?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I would become too bound to the Week 17 stuff at times. So I've just kind of released myself from it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not the only way to play, but it's
optimal. So, like for instance, like I don't want to reach for any Cardinals just to reach for them. You know.
Andy, I did send you something in the private chat, Andy. That one I would like you to share because there's a few people, including myself, that would just love to see it on screen here.
Ooh. Got the gold vinyl.
A lot of people watching that one.
3,500.
Super gold vinyl. I almost said super fractor, but I think their optics are vinyls, not super fractor. Man, that's beauty. Buy it now. Man, I'll tell you what, if I win one of these tourneys, copping it.
Let me see it. 3,500. Oh, well, that's a freaking grail. Where does it say 1 of 1? Is it on the front or back?
It's got to be on the back.
It says it on the slab.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be on the back of the card, right in the middle, I think, is where it says 1 of 1.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would make sure that it's not like one of these. I'm sure it's not because it would have said it on the slab. I would just make sure it's not a black box. but it is beautiful. That is a Trubisky Grail.
That is the truth. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Hey, Carter, do you know where Taysom Hill's going to line up at?
No clue.
All positions, man.
I'm taking him here, 180. Let's go.
Yeah, he's going to play all over the map. Bum, 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 bum. Puka.
Puka Nakua. That's a guy that's made some noise this preseason.
Yeah, man. I've heard good things, and it only looks that much better if Cup misses time. So we're pivoting. We're pivoting off of Cup. We got almost the whole Rams offensive unit. We're just missing Higbee.
We're going triple tight end, boys.
Dan said he bought a Roshan turn of the century for 50. Nice, man. I'm huge on Roshan, man. Every time Derek drafts him from me, I get a little bit upset inside, but I'm just more excited for him to. I think he's going to take the most of the workload over the old Demont role.
Is Baker Mayfield even going to be good this year?
Oh, come on. I think he's gonna be decent. Let's see. So contract negotiations have stalled out with Mike Evans. If we're going into a rebuild mode, Mike Evans is trade candidate number 1 heading into the trade deadline. That's not going to help Baker Mayfield if there's no Mike Evans. Come on. Baker Mayfield is the former number 1 overall pick, and I think he's been decent to good before.
Prove the haters wrong.
Oh, he's got Mayfield. Did you draft some Bucks as well? I know you have Godwin.
Godwin, yeah.
Okay.
You spelled Bucks wrong, Derek. Did you take Baker, Carter? Is that what?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Here's the question: is if Andy, real talk for a second. You were talking about if they start playing bad and they trade Mike Evans, would you not agree that they probably make a QB change?
Yeah, I do agree.
That's what scares me. Now, I do have Baker on a couple of these sheets, but I did on some of them also take Trask just as an insurance policy because honestly, that's a bit scary to me. But I don't necessarily think they're going to be terrible.
Now people are still buying Trask. I'm getting offers right now on my Optic Hollow PSA 10, and people are still buying Trask.
Yeah.
So it's Trubisky's long lost brother.
I'm on the Trask train, man.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to take Desmond Ridder for a third QB or if I'm going to take Kate Otten and go all out with Baker.
Yeah, take Kate Otten, dude, because your tight ends are Goddard, Ferguson. Yeah, dude, take Kate Otten. That is money here in the last round. Do it for the Bucks.
Come on, Baker.
Kate Otten is definitely better than people give him credit for.
Come on, Baker. I took you over Desmond Ridder.
Let's go, Carter.
I can't believe I put an absolutely wonderful draft on the shoulders of Baker Mayfield. But here we go.
Nah, man, you have Hurts. What are you talking about? He's a bye week guy.
On Baker, man. If Baker can't come through in that Week 17 matchup against isn't it New Orleans? Yeah, we're playing New Orleans. What if you're in the finals, Carter, and you got Tampa playing New Orleans in Week 17, and your victory is contingent upon Baker Mayfield and Cade Otton and Chris
I'm fine with that. I mean, I think Cade Otton. I mean, if the Bucks suck and they're in shootouts, I mean, what if Baker turns into Geno Smith here? Then I have the nuts, you know? I kind of wanted to take Ritter to get, my top 3 wide receivers all stacked, but I went with Cade Otton for a 3 tight end build.
Well, see, this is the thing.
Probably should have gone Ritter, but who knows?
No. When you say the Bucks suck, I think and they're in these shootouts, I'm looking at the Bucks defense. The Bucks defense is probably a strength at this point for us.
Oh, okay.
So I'm expecting us to play more deep, like be better on defense this year than we were last year, and that's gonna really help control the pace of play, help the offense. And that's why I'm more leaning towards Rashad White, and the receivers outside of Baker. I gotta have Baker though. I gotta have some exposure to Baker.
Who do y'all think I should have drafted in the chat? Should I have taken Cade Otton over? Should I have taken Cade Otton over Desmond Ritter and gone with my first 3 wide receivers all stacked? Or should I have? No. I should have gone Ritter. Yeah, I probably should have gone.
You do have Drake London.
I would never take 3 quarterbacks if you have Jalen Hurts, man.
If Ritter was out there in the last, he should have gone. Yeah, I probably should have gone Ritter. But I like that Cade Otton, the 3rd tight end there. That's interesting.
So I got both the tight ends and receivers double stack, but I could have gone the triple stack.
Yeah.
Trubisky.
Yeah.
That would have been a good last pick.
All right, let's get another draft in. Let's go.
Andy?
Oh, bless.
Now hurry up before
y'all gonna have to go. I gotta go to bed.
But I mean, the live stream would end, so you got to roll with.
Yeah.
I'll go if you guys are going.
No, I'm going.
What happened to? Hold on. What happened to the window? I gotta get the window back up. We got this. I'm pulling it together, man. All right. That's not the window. I closed out of it. It's okay.
Wait a minute.
Got this.
Hold on a sec. Is it not letting people get in the puppy anymore? Oh, it's gone.
It's filled. The puppy's filled, man.
No, it's not.
It's a sign. Puppy's filled. It's not on my screen.
It's gone, man.
It's gone. It's filled. Damn.
That's it.
There's no way.
It's a sign, man. I gotta go to bed.
I'm furious. Oh my God, I'm furious right now.
Womp womp. That sucks.
How did it fill?
It was close.
It was over 98% when we started. Well, that's a bummer. I can't get enough basketball drafting, man.
Well, you still have weekly winners. You got weekly winners, and all right. I'll tell you what. If we could fill this before everybody leaves and drops off the stream, let's do a private one. If we do, so if I go to NFL, we can do even 10-person. Oh no, they're 2-person, 3-person. Hold on. Are they still doing the season, or did they shut it down? I think they shut it down. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. No, $5 drafts. We could do a $5 12-person private one between just us here in the chat.
Sure.
Let me make sure that this isn't some kind of slow draft.
No slow
seconds.
business.
All right. Yeah, it starts when the draft is full. So all I do is create a private draft, and then I'll send out the
let's
link.
just go on and wrap it up.
What about the Dog Bowl? Top 3 win tickets to Miami for a live final. It's only a 6
I just posted the link in the chat.
Oh, shit. All right. Hold on.
I'm going to post it in the private chat, too, for you guys. Come on, Carter.
How much is it to get in? $3?
$5.
I would do it if it's 3.
What?
Oh,
I can't do the 3 now.
I don't think that link worked.
I can't.
It's $2 too many.
So, you know what? Somebody super chat Carter $2.
How much is it? How many people are in the league?
Yeah, the link's not working, bro.
12 people. Well, I've got 3 people in it already, so I'm gonna post.
We got to get 9 more people to get in it.
Yeah.
Is it the 12 person? The one that says prize is $32.
And all right,
The
so
$3 entry one?
Huh? No, you got to use the link that I sent in the chat. The link I sent in the private chat, because this is a private league. All right. Yes, sir. Promo code Quest if you guys are new out there.
Andy, the link just takes me to the Pick'ems.
What?
Yep.
Derek said he had to click it 10x and then it worked. I'm clicking the link right here on the webpage.
What's the entry? I mean, I'll just go into it manually.
No, you can't though, because it's a private league.
Oh, maybe I'll just keep trying to get in. I don't see what happens.
We're almost full at this point. We just need 6 more people, and we got Carter. We gotta figure out a way to get you in this, Carter.
Well, let's see if it fills. Yeah, I do so many of these, and I get to 6 people, and then I just have to cancel it. I don't believe in you getting 12 people.
No, I see how it is. Well, I'm about to prove you wrong. Come on, guys, let's prove them wrong. We got 22 people out there right now. That means we just need like a third of you guys to play. And give me a second.
I'm not sure why this link.
We have 5 spots. We only have 5 spots or 6 spots.
So did anyone actually confirm this link's working? I keep getting stuck in the here, let's see. Derek sent me a link. Let me try clicking his link. No, it just keeps taking me to Pick'ems. I don't know why.
Yeah, close out, maybe clear your cookies.
Oh, you know what? Let me try clicking it on the Discord on my phone. This could be the cheat code. Let's see.
All right, guys. Yeah, Ryan, what's up, man? So, Carter, Ryan here in the chat is setting up a table at the Dallas Card Show this weekend.
Why are you telling me this now?
Whoa, what's going on? I'm getting a little reverb, man. I'm getting a little reverb.
Whoa.
Steve, I think it's you, brother. I'm gonna mute you for a second.
Is it him?
Yeah, I think it's him.
How did you know it was him? That's crazy. I thought it was me.
I've heard that come out of Steve's thing before.
Oh, look, you only got 4. You only got 4 more in this private.
We only have 4 spots open.
Yeah, I was able to get in on my phone.
Okay, let's see. So okay. Derek sent me.
Let's go.
Boss Quan Gaming says, "What's up? First fantasy underdog draft. Welcome, man."
Hey, Bosquan. Welcome. All right, we only have 4 people out there. Rick, where you at, man?
God, am I really doing this? Am I really? But there's no grand prize. It's $5 to win 32. This is just high score, right? No week 17 BS.
Yeah, it's first place, $32. Yeah, just high score. I mean,
I swear I'm going to join this, and I'm going to be in the 1.8. Watch.
Oh, no way.
I'm in it.
Gotta get you.
3 more.
3 more people. Yeah. I'll get us filled. We'll fill it. We're gonna fill this thing up. Watch this.
Let's get a PHLer in here. Promo code Carter.
There you go.
Derek says, "We're degenerates. This is all we got until February." Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's going to be weekly contests, but as far as the season-long ones, is it free? It is not free. You got to sign up on Underdog, put in Andy's promo code, Quest, get your deposit match. Little couple bucks. I think it's only 5 to get in this one. While we're waiting for the last few to fill, let's go over some of these Vegas lines. Let's talk about the one that's most pressing, and that is the Lions and Chiefs tomorrow. The Lions only move 2 points. It's -4.5 KC. How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, it's down to 4?
Yep.
Oh, well, Chiefs now.
Chiefs -4.5.
Yeah.
All right, fair. It's still 51.5 total points. Chiefs all the way. Lions going to upset the Chiefs and win by 1. I think it'll be a showcase, man. I think the Lions will finally get to show what they got on a bigger stage. It's hard to beat the Chiefs at home, even without Kelsey. It just is, but I like that they're getting points. You know, the Lions were actually, a few weeks ago, were actually +6.5.
All right, guys, we only have 3 spots open. Just 3 spots. I'm looking at you right out there, guys. 3 spots open. UnderdogFantasy.com. I'm going to post this link again in the
Dan says hold on, he's filling out an account. All right.
Sweet.
Who is?
Dan in the chat. Dan O'Brien.
V, let's go. V, let's go. See our man Daryl. I think we're gonna fill this up here just momentarily.
Is this, are these winner take all, Andy, or is there something for second too? Or
yeah, second gets 17, third gets 5.
Derek, thank you, man.
Derek putting up a Derek Richard play bonus of $5. Where are all the degenerates at?
Oh no.
Oh man.
I know there's only
Yeah,
about 5 states, I think, that don't allow it. Maybe something like that. Andy, when you're plugging it at the beginning of the show, you got to put up the accessibility map with your promo code so people can see where they can get in.
Say that again?
The map. You got to put up the accessibility map for Underdog so people can see it. Yeah, sports betting is illegal, but it's also not considered sports betting, which is why you can do it in Florida. But some states that allow sports betting don't allow fantasy sports for some reason. I don't know why that is.
It's a weird. All that stuff's just a weirdish.
It's just politics, man. It's nonsense. I've a couple times I was down in Tampa. I set up a bunch of bets before I got on the plane because you can't sports bet in Florida. So if you're traveling, make sure you get your bets in before you leave. Oh no.
All right, 2 spots open. 2 spots open. We're about to fill this thing here momentarily because I got a couple more people to reach out to. We're filling this thing, guys. If you're out there in the chat, let's go.
Where's did we lose Brad? Brad, get in here, man. We need someone to draft Trubisky.
No, Brad refuses to do best ball drafts.
Come on.
He's a fantasy schnob.
He only cares about himself, so don't worry about it. He only cares about himself.
Share. Copy. All right. That's right.
You can gamble and do fantasy, but can't do pick one Underdog. Literally, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why you should put up the accessibility map when you put up the promo code, because it's some of these boundaries make no sense, man. Oh, we got one left. Where's the link? Let me see. I still got the link. Okay.
Promo code Quest, promo code Carter, either one.
Andy, did I show you my? I know I was flashing all my cool tight ends earlier, but did I show you my Cole Kmet? I may have showed you, but I didn't show everybody else. Gold Shimmer first off the line. Cole Kmet action. So here's a cool story and a not cool story. I bought this gold first off the line out of 10. I bought the gold out of 10, the regular, not first off the line. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I got 2 really rare ones. Let's get the out of 5 and 101. Well, guess how much the black finite is on eBay right now? Somebody pulled it and has it listed. $1,500.
What?
Bush, it is not the rookie. It's actually 2022. It's this year's product. Yeah, $1,500, and it's not even a rookie. So
wow.
Well, we if I can find the out of 5, I may need to negotiate and put my first true rainbow on display.
Wow. Dude, we're at one spot. One spot. I'm checking all the friends right now to see if anybody's available.
It's gonna fill any minute. I feel it.
Yeah, I mean, one spot. It may be someone just setting up an account. I mean, it's right there. You guys got in this one, right?
Click the link. Where do I click to join? If you're logged in, it should take you right to the draft. If it's not working, I had to click the link from my phone, and Underdog loaded the draft on my phone. So I don't know. Could be a web browser thing. I'm not sure. Andy, I know you're a fellow Amon Ra enthusiast. I finally got my hands on a nice Amon Ra.
All right, Eli. Have a good night, brother.
There we go. You can see it better there. Got the blue scope, rated rookie.
Ooh.
The CSG 10.
Very nice.
Hoping for a nice pop off, and then I'll get that listed after the game. JMO Amon Ra. Sorry, man. I got to disagree with you.
I'm gonna see if I can't I'm gonna see if I can't do something here with our layout. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Look at that. What if I do that? And just do that like that. You guys don't see a layout modification yet on the other screen, do you?
No.
No. Okay. I didn't think so.
Let's look at some other games here. So the New York Jets are +1 at home against the Bills.
That's pretty even, man. What's the over-under on that game?
46.5. There's definitely games I like better, like a lot better. Seahawks at home are only -4 against LA. That's a much better game. Eagles on the road against the Patriots, 3.5. Oh no, they're at 4 now. Excuse me. I think a lot of people would say that that's a gimme, but Vegas has it that close. It's probably not a gimme.
Yeah.
Those are usually the trap games you got to watch out for.
I'm about to pass out. I'd already taken my melatonin.
Oh. No wonder you looking like you about to pass out over there.
Yeah, I'm about to. It's happening.
And we're at one spot. Literally, all we needed was one spot, man.
We can get it.
Oh no.
Sport ticket to Underdog says Indiana's fine. Yeah, it should be. Ray says he likes the Dolphins tight end yards one. Yeah, man, that seems like not a slam dunk, but an interesting one.
Crazy.
Just about any starting tight end in the NFL will get you 14 yards. It's a race. Who's going to get the last spot? All right, let's see here. Well, while we're waiting for that spot to fill, Andy, Tampa +5.5 at the Vikings. Is that enough? Do you think there's any chance at all?
+5.5? Yeah, I do. You
You could see it being like decided by a field goal. You think Tampa's D is good enough to hold that offense in check?
No, to generate some turnovers. I think that's where we could maybe hit some home runs. If we could get a pick six off Kirk, that would be nice because we are gonna blitz. Gonna blitz pretty frequently. If we could generate a turnover, that'd be nice. They're definitely gonna put up points though because they're gonna be playing aggressive with Jets and everything. But I think Baker can come out week one, and I think you're going to have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, a combination of those guys have big weeks this week one, man. Because Baker's going to be confident, he's going to be throwing the ball accurately. I think he's going to have a big week this week.
I think it's his best. One of his better chances at a good fantasy outing is going to be against that defense. Jaguars at Colts, over or under 45.5. I'm going under, man.
It's what's the total? Sorry, I'm putting out one more link.
45.
We have one spot open. 45.5.
Yeah, I'm thinking under, man. I didn't see anything compelling from Richardson in the preseason, and no Jonathan Taylor. I think it's an under.
It's only a matter of time to one of these guys see the message and they're able to get in, right?
Dan, try your phone and try your desktop. If the link isn't working, just open the link on YouTube, but have Underdog on your phone. It should work. I think it's a browser issue because I wasn't getting it to work either. Would you postcards to have auction end after 2 set of games? Yeah, I have had pretty good luck with that. I have tried on big matchups. I've had games or auctions end at halftime, and I've also had auctions end at the end of the game. And I can say this: I've had mostly good luck with it, but it can absolutely backfire in the event of an injury or if a guy's just having an absolute goose egg of a half.
Goose eggs are bad in football.
Goose eggs are bad.
I'm out of options here. I'll hang out with you guys.
Give it
a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes. I mean, I got to work in the morning too, but I'm willing to give it a couple minutes since we got all but one person in here. So.
No, I should have known this was going to happen.
Dude, I can't believe we came this close, and then I've been saying I'm going to prove Carter wrong. I can't get a hold of anybody right now. Everybody's busy or sleeping or something.
You can't be that busy. You can't draft on your phone.
It's just, I think, and then you have some technical difficulties. You got valiant attempts out here from V Cards and Dan and. Well, how do we send it public? I guess I could go on Twitter and let's tag Underdog or something. Like, post
No.
public lobby. Carter said no.
No, we're gonna get one more in there.
It's gonna happen. All right, let's keep running down these games.
If I got to go get my wife's phone and create an account for her.
There it is.
Hey, it filled. Holy crap, it filled. No way. It actually build.
Watch me be the 1.8. I swear. I know it.
I'm
Nope.
the 1.8. I'm the
Okay.
1.8.
I'm in the 1.3. I'll take it.
Oh, this will be interesting. We got Bush drafting before and after Derek.
So you got Tony Dick Boy. That must be Rick, I'm guessing. Is that you, Rick? And then you got Scaladesi, got the Hitman. Then you got Carter at the 3. All right, so you guys are at the 2 and the 3. Bosquan, I see Bosquan at the 4. No, there's Rich Dicko. Rich Dicko is at the 5. So I don't know who Tony Dick Boy is. I see
Steve,
Rich Dicko at the 5.
Steve, this would be the best opportunity for you to get Christian McCaffrey at the 1.2. I have a good.
Whoa!
This is
see
your
what you were
chance.
trying to do there, and it just backfired.
I had no idea he was going to do that.
Oh,
but his
man.
name is Tony Dick Boy, so I
Wait,
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to do it, just to make me suffer.
Oh man, I didn't think there was any chance he was getting me.
Wow. Yeah, there's no way you can pass up Justin Jefferson at the 1.2. Huh?
You guys are in the draft. Let us know who you are.
SGT Crusher, recognize that name. Artie SCIV. Who's that? I appreciate you, RD. And then I'm at the 8. Steelers 7 out there at the 9. Rhinoverse at the 10. There's Bush Leaguers, and Derek rounds it out at the turn.
Derek's in.
Here we go.
Derek's in.
Drew Sanders. Clickbaits. Drew Sanders. Is he talking? Maybe he's trying to say Shedeur Sanders.
No, Drew Sanders is a linebacker for the Broncos.
Oh, okay.
He played at Arkansas and Alabama.
Sounds like he might be pretty decent.
Oh.
I gotta say, I'm pretty shocked at Kelsey's ADP just not moving.
Oh, yeah, Artie's isn't concerned at all. Didn't get Bijan. Bijan at 7. Sure. I think we're gonna go AJ. AJB at 8.
Over.
It's getting all serious all of a sudden.
Everyone's.
No, I'm just about to fall asleep, and I'm just going to auto-fill.
Everyone
Probably
is
the
so
only league I'm
focused.
in.
Who does Carter want in the second round? If they're going Christian McCaffrey. I don't know. He doesn't get the 3 spot very often. He may not really know what to do here. Oof, look at Derek with that start. Saquon Barkley and Tony Pollard. Double tap, Bush Leaguers, CeeDee Lamb, Amon Ra. Oof.
It's one of the things I hate about at least the beginning of the draft when you're drafting early is such a long wait for your next pick. And then it's normal.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it.
You were trying to get me into a third draft. I know that we probably would have, if Puppy was open, we would have been wrapping it up right now. And
Dances, how do you pick on the phone and auto pick Bijan? Have you guys done drafts on your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Derek's got it covered. Oh man.
Dude, see, I should have put my foot down. No, this is fun. This is good, but I can tell that we're all we're fading at this point on the stream. But no, if you guys are still tuned in, 3 hours and 40 minutes in, you guys are real Quest goats. I appreciate you guys.
You know, if you're a degenerate drinker, you stay at the bar till close. If you're a degenerate best baller, you stay up till midnight doing best ball drafts. So hey, we're all right. We're all right. $5 and a couple hours.
Hey, the season starts tomorrow night, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe if I put some music on, Carter, that'll help you out. What do you want? Some night driving?
That's my favorite one.
This is not going to put you to sleep, is it?
No, I mean it's doing the job now.
I picked you guys. I was bashing and.
Okay.
Who'd you get, Dan? It said, let's see. It said you got Bijan earlier. So you got Cooper Kupp. Tony, thanks, man. Let's see.
Don't do it, Steve. Don't do it. Don't do
I
it.
don't even know who you want, but
Just don't do it. Just don't do it, man.
Dan said he got auto picked twice.
That's not who you wanted, was it?
No.
Oh, okay. You wanted. I'm not going to say it until you draft. Okay, that's who I thought you wanted.
I almost took him with the last pick.
I was thinking that I had a chance with Devonta. Maybe it would detract Tony from taking him if I took the QB first, but strategy did not pan out. Dan, if you are now in the draft, you can log in on your desktop or whatever. I personally think it's easier to draft on a desktop, but teach their own.
Yeah.
Did that pick work for you?
DJ Moore, it looks like it may have.
Stevenson. Ripping packs while watching you. Nice. Nice. What are we ripping? You said select draft picks?
Yeah, what are you ripping? Clickbaits?
He said earlier he was pulling select.
I kind of feel like ripping a 2020 Prism pack right now to keep me awake.
Bro, you should. You got anything that's not don't rip any because we know your luck with cards with ripping packs.
Yeah, it didn't. It's unreal.
So you have anything lower end that you feel okay with?
Yeah. Let me see.
We got action. Let's see. Derek takes my guy Fields.
I love how they put Bush Leaguers and Derek right next to each other.
Purely for the extra entertainment I get.
Yeah.
I got a Score 2021 value pack right here.
Snap.
Oh, nice.
Let's see what we got.
Come on, baby.
We get a Fields.
Let's see. T. Higgins, Dion, Lombardi, Lenny. There's. Herbie. Let's see. Are y'all still even there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Now Andy's asleep.
Sleep with his eyes open.
Totally. Yeah, drifted off there for a second. I'm gonna get some water, dude. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Water.
Nice. Good call. I'll probably do the same after my next pick.
Oh, Herbie already went.
These consolidated drafts are definitely always wild, man. The ADPs can get stretched out all over the place.
All right, what'd I miss? Did you pull anything, Carter?
No, I'm still ripping it.
There's a big run on tight ends just now.
We got a little bit of trash talk going in the chat, cooking up here between Derek and Bush.
Score is one of those infamous products that you get a plethora of cards, even if they're not ones you want.
Mm.
Look at this nice little Justin Jefferson insert.
What happened? You got a Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, just cheap little insert. I'll take it.
Nice.
Dobbins. I'll go with the guy that I like. Go with the guy.
Najee, okay.
I mean, there's definitely a case for him to be going way earlier than that. I think that he's being overfaded, personally.
Overfaded?
Majorly. Like his usage won't evaporate simply because they have a second cog in the wheel. All right, that's my cue to grab a water. You're back.
Look at Pegasus here, just finishing his first auction dynasty draft. 4 hours. Pegasus.
Pegasus, please tell me you signed up with Underdog in my code. Please. I know he has. Pegasus is a legendary PHLer. Jerry Rice rookie card, okay.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Whoa, we got Najee Harris in the chat. Najee Harris is in the chat saying that he is overfaded for sure. Yeah.
Oh man.
That's
Overfaded.
crazy.
Not just in the ADP. He had a couple of hits of the good stuff. Pegasus just finished his first Dynasty auction draft. 4 hours, man. That is quite the marathon.
What was the buy-in, Pegasus? Because I don't know if I'd do it. I'd probably do one just for fun at first.
That's interesting. Yeah, what was the buy-in and what was the budget?
Maxime Lauzon says 12-team PPR, 2 flex, defense kicker. What do you think? QB :W?
Did the rest of the message get chopped, maybe?
I get so many, like when I go live, I get so many random messages. I love it. Let me see.
I think maybe he meant to write wide receiver next.
This is from your channel. Do you think it's just because you're a fantasy football channel streaming right now? I don't understand this question. Do you guys understand this question?
No, I think it's incomplete. I think he meant to continue writing something.
Maxime, we're here to help you out.
Clickbaits pulled a JSN Auto 11 out of 25 jersey match. Does that make it a 1-on-1? Technically, you can advertise that as a 1-of-1. Doesn't officially make it a 1-of-1, but technically you can eBay 1-of-1 it.
Yeah. eBay, the good old eBay 1-of-1s.
Infamous eBay 1-of-1.
All right, Steeler. What you gonna do here?
Oh, there we go. Watson, Eckler, Stevenson, St. Brown, Cooper. Flex is D-Hop, Madison. Defense, Seattle. That's a 12-team PPR. I like the team. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure how I feel about Seattle defense, but
I mean, you could just stream that basically.
Defenses are interchangeable week to week. I think there's a couple defenses that are being underdrafted for how good they are. The Jets, the Saints, the Commanders. I mean, hell, the Commanders are a good defense, period, and they play Arizona week 1.
Rich Deco, don't do it. Rich Deco, don't do it. Whatever your name is. Rich Deco. If you're watching the stream, do not do it.
Yeah, that's Rick Dickow.
Oh, yeah, our guy. Okay. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. I know he's going to do it. Come on, Rich. Now, you do what you want, Rich. Do what you want.
You went Mike Evans. Bosquan went Madison. Let's see if Carter got what he wanted.
Got the Trevor Stack, baby.
That's right.
All right.
I
was
figured
about to
that
say,
was
I
the
didn't
route
hear
you
you
were
fussing.
going there.
With 8 spots. Look at that. This draft is coming together. Come together.
Right now. Under me. Well, that's probably not the words, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's under pressure. Under pressure, right?
No, that's a different song.
Clickbaits wants your professional opinion on what you think that JSN 11 out of 25 purple X-Fractor. Now, is it autographed? Select draft picks. Yeah. What do you think? Something to go that, Steve? I'm gonna ballpark it like $40 or 40 to 50, something like that, right now.
Let me get my pick out of the way and then I'll take a look.
Oh, does he have a photo of it?
Yeah, Clickbait send us a photo of that card in the Discord server.
Let's see. That was the JSN jersey match.
Z Money XV from the Mediocre Fantasy chat. I'm trying to see what his little profile pic. It almost looked like he was ripping a bong there in the profile pic. He said, rate my squad, 10-man PPR, Trevor Lawrence, ETN, Stevenson, JJ, like Justin Jefferson? See, what? How do I get into your league? I get that's 10
And he
minutes.
got Mark Andrews. Look
What?
at that.
Dude, you're going to destroy this league. And George Pickens as your flex.
CD and Justin Jefferson. That's crazy.
Wait, how does that even happen?
I haven't drafted Miles Sanders in forever, so I just picked him. I mean, are y'all out on Miles?
No, I like him.
I'm out. I'm out on. Well, the ADP's not bad. He's not bad. He's pretty cheap in cards.
Getting him in that range is one of the juicier values that you can get.
I just think that there could still be there could still be some significant negative game scripts for the Panthers.
Yeah, the JSN card, because it's a jersey match, I think you can definitely ask way more for it. But I don't know. Since there's not a lot of pro uniform stuff out yet, maybe you could put it up for 50, 55. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, that's what I would do. I put it 54. You know, it's JSN. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. I'd actually say there's a chance he plays in week 1.
Week 1, yeah.
Yeah.
What a twist.
Ryan is chugging PBR, pre-grading cards, and destroying us right now. That is wait, I think that's Ryan, that's not Rhinoverse. No, which one are you, SGT Crush?
Why does everybody hate Bush Leaguers so much? What did he do?
I like Bush Leaguers.
They're just hate.
I think that with all the toxicity in the chat, people just felt like piling it on.
Wait, I don't see Rhino sports cards in this league.
Yeah,
Ryan,
Rhinoverse.
Ryan, what's your
Rhinoverse? It's right there.
No. Rhinoverse is another Ryan. I'm telling you.
that's what I thought. Right in the middle there.
Oh, it's RDSCIV. So he goes Travis Kelce. He's totally fading the injury risk of Kelce. Bullish as ever. 1.6. Mahomes stack. Keenan Allen in the third. Kenneth Walker in the fourth. DeAndre Hopkins. Zay Flowers. Rashad White. It's solid. He's got the vets. He's got them. He's got some of those vets locked down. He's got some young guys too. Hey man, I can't hate on it. So it's all right now. It's pretty solid right now. I think it's Najee Harris hating on Bush. Derek says he loves Bush, but Najee says, please tell him straight, man. Thanks, Carter. Love your stream. Najee loves mediocre fantasy. No, I got auto-picked. All because of Najee. Damn.
Oh.
You got a good pick out of it at least.
Who did I get? Oh man, but I mean I'm done at wide receiver. I'm done, brother. I got 6 wide receivers through the first 8 rounds. There's only like 3 rounds left.
What do you mean 3 rounds left? Oh.
So
I could only hope.
Bushlinger said,
I'm kind of talking myself into DeAndre Swift just being a smash this year.
okay, well, yeah, you can do. I think that's not that hard to do, man. It's not hard to do. What's your over/under on how many games he plays?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, if he's healthy, I think he's got opportunity, like high value opportunity each game.
And of course he goes right there. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Made your decision easy for you.
That's true.
You got this, Carter. You got this, man.
Oh, he auto-picked them, I think. Or my draft froze, one of the two.
What's the longest you've ever made it after taking your melatonin, Carter?
Yeah, sometimes I'll stay up all night afterwards, but y'all are just so unbelievably boring. I mean,
oh well, I'm glad the truth came out.
I mean, especially freaking Caladesi, just the most boring individual of all time. Of all time.
Oh man, trying to distract me while I'm picking here.
Doesn't get any more boring than Treylon Burks right there at the pick 95.
Now that's some value, man. That is some value. You know what's interesting is people, clowning on Tannehill. Like, these guys won't be good because they have Tannehill as their quarterback. But AJ Brown had Tannehill as his quarterback. That doesn't make AJ Brown bad.
Ryan Tannehill's good.
And he'll throw the ball almost 500-600 times. They may prefer to run, but they will throw the ball. Yeah, Ryan knows what's up. Burks was looking like an absolute breakout before he got that concussion, man. start taking a look at some rosters here. Card. Extra thick at receiver and went running back, 4 wide receivers. Took the Ridley T-Law stack. And he went AJ Devontae. Went a little balanced and went running back, and then continued hitting the receivers. Derek doing one of his more balanced approach, anchored with the 2 early RBs, went QB, and then leveling off.
Leveling off. It's the music, isn't it, Carter? This is it's too chill for you, huh?
No, it's perfect. I'm in bliss.
Brian said you sniped him, bro. You sniped him.
Which card show, Ryan?
I think he's going to the Dallas card show.
He's going to Dallas this weekend. I wish I could.
Dallas this weekend.
I was doing one of these last night, and I think I told you earlier, Khalil Herbert went in the middle of the 4th. Then the same guy took Jared Goff in the 7th. And I was like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, I sniped under and got Brian. I knew he would have been after Jalen Warren. Steelers 7. It's just way too far below ADP, man. That he's got dual threat upside, baby. Danny Dimes. Come on down.
What's to not like? He's too good.
Too good, man. Too good to play the game.
That just goes to show you how quickly things can change. Everybody was hating on him, saying he wasn't a good buy.
What's the overlay? Mr. Andrew says underdog has overlay like DK ?
DraftKings.
Well, his DK overlay so juicy on the Millie. The Millie makers like their $25 daily fantasy tournament every week. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, because they're guaranteed prize pools of the tournament. If the tournament doesn't fill, then you get a lot less competition for equal amount of prize. You know, so overlay is a good thing if that's what it's called. I didn't realize it was called overlay, but yeah, that is juicy. I'll definitely be playing some DFS on DraftKings. Okay, is it Mr. Andrew? Is it okay? It's best ball.
I like doing the weeklies. Tony, oh man, got me again.
Don't do it, Caladesi. Please don't do it. Please don't do it, man.
I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Ryan is just beside himself that Mostert win at 115.
I know Carter's going with a certain. I believe he's going with a stackable player. No, I was wrong.
What do you think I was going with?
Jamal Williams. He's going with the nerd, the
Jacksonville
nerd
fella.
Jamal Williams.
Well, I mean, if Kamara's out and Kendra's out, and this is just about points.
Yeah. No, I think Jamal's a great pick, man. He's a solid running back.
I've not drafted him. I've not drafted him once.
I mean, he's at least
He's a
going to
trick.
be heavily used the first 3 weeks.
Yeah.
The reason that that he went in the 10th is because he was going in the 14th, but Jeff Wilson is on the IR. So there's one less mouth to feed.
Boss Quan, I might buy that from you. On card RPA Daniel Jones out of 99.
My man Tony from Tap sniped a Daniel Jones RPA select out of 35 last night. The guy had the card listed for 350, and he tested it out and sent him an offer at 275, and the guy accepted it.
Nice.
I mean, it's a total snipe on that card. I can't believe that guy accepted it. Here's A-Chain out here now. Y'all are tempting me. I'm going with them. I don't have any other Miami players. I gotta give me a little slice of this Miami offense. Plus, I kind of went with well, I took Ramondre in the 3rd and Joe Mixon in the 4th. I thought that was I like the value on Mixon there.
All right, let's see what's going on here. Lee's here, neck of the woods. I feel like this is around the time of the draft where things start getting really unpredictable. The reaches begin to happen at a higher rate.
Aaron Rodgers.
Have you guys seen what some of the Cowboy running back prices have been going for without naming any names?
Deuce on the loose?
Yeah. Goose. Rhymes with goose,
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah, his rookie cards are mad expensive. I wish I had sniped all the Deuce Vaughn Premier Hollows. I had an opportunity to snipe a bunch of those. It's probably like $100 card right now.
I've seen some outrageous numbers on some of his stuff. But that just goes to show you, man, that's how Dallas fans are, man. I think I told you when when I joined the channel a couple years ago now, and we first started doing this, like I bought Pollard and sold Pollard. It was like my greatest volume seller for a while, and I couldn't figure it out because he was still in a timeshare. Damn. The Roshan love extends. Got some shit to follow.
Ryan's just taking all the guys that are good when they're healthy, and they put up big games. But the problem is, what's the chances that like 3 to 5 of these guys on his roster at this point get injured by week 1 or 2?
Make my picks here. Brian, are you asking about like social media?
Both Ryans are in the draft. So I was referring to Ryan from Rhino's Cards, RDSCIV. Rhinoverse has been pretty quiet over here, but started off Stephon Diggs, Garrett Wilson, Travis Etienne, and then Debo Samuel, Brees Hall, the fifth, Joe Burrow, Marquise Brown, Isaiah Pacheco, Schultz, and then Rashad Bateman, Romeo Dobbs, Penny. Yeah, I mean, kind of quiet back here at the 10 hole. It's hard when he's next to the infamous Bush Leaguers and then the notorious DBO 68 with that red and white badge.
Ryan, I do the weekly show with Andy, which is being moved to Wednesdays for the rest of the football season. And I was planning to do like just a straight fantasy channel starting this year, but some real life stuff came about, so may still be a thing, but for now, just doing the Wednesday with Andy.
Oh, but I think he's asking about your Instagram or Twitter or whatever. You do have a Instagram, right? You have a card channel on IG, don't you?
Yeah. I don't know if you're in the Discord. I think I have my. If not, I can add it.
Yeah, post it up. Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Here we go, man. I just had to wait till 1:19 a.m. to get this comment from Mr. Andrew. Am I crazy for believing in Baker in Tampa? Carter, is he crazy for believing in Baker in Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, what kind of idiot would ever draft him in one of these leagues?
He said, what Canadian?
No, what kind of idiot? It was sarcasm.
Oh.
I just did it. I don't even know what I'm doing now. I just took Kenny Pickett. I know he's terrible.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm drafting Jordan Love now. I mean, gotta have a backup quarterback, right?
Would the soundtrack I'm hearing in the background, is that like the equivalent of elevator music, but if you're best ball drafting?
Sure. Crap. I don't even know what I'm doing.
There you go. I dig it, Ryan. Well, with that best ball strategy in mind, yeah, screw it. Screw it. Who cares about injuries? Let's go, Mr. Andrew. Mr. Andrew picking up a lot of Baker.
Ryan says, in love with best ball, everyone can get injured. True? Yeah, man. That is the reality. Even the most injury-prone or lack of injury-prone guys can suddenly get injured.
So many free running backs at the end too. It's crazy.
This Dolchik. I don't know, man. I almost wonder if they'll use him as like a Marcus Colston white boy version. What do you think, Carter?
Who? Oh, Rick, about DJ? Yeah, I got one this weekend, man.
Dolchik. Delucher. How the hell you say it?
I'm not Tiesto, I'll put it that way. But yeah, I mean I host a bunch of events, weddings, all kinds of stuff, man. Fun. Still trying to grow it, get better at it too. Let's see.
Let's see a Bush. Bush is going on auto.
Wait, who took Keaton Mitchell?
Keaton Mitchell.
What?
Tony Dick Boy.
This is an army. Keaton Mitchell. That is world class.
Wait.
Who is? I think Keaton Mitchell went to ECU, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, East Carolina. Dang, that dude fast though, man.
Keaton Mitchell.
He ran a 4.37 40-yard dash.
Was that a mistake?
I don't know.
No, this dude balled out at East Carolina.
Okay, so it is. Okay, yeah.
Oren.
This dude balled out with 7.2 yards per carry, 94th percentile, then went on to run a 4.37 40-yard dash, and his 3-cone, impressive. But not the 3-cone, actually. No, it's the his vertical jump and his broad jump that measures his inertia explosiveness. Zero inertia explosiveness.
Derek says CPAT is a joker as well. True.
Yeah, clickbaits. And the safe flowers, hell yeah.
The Dolchik thing is
there's Oren. What's good?
Yeah, we got a late night Oren appearance here.
Yeah, and he's on the East Coast.
Man?
I love it.
The thing that's cool about Dolchik is he could end up having a role, even though they kind of smushed him in the public eye and kind of said he's not the starting tight end. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have a role. I mean, these coaches are never fully transparent with a lot of stuff. But that only presents a good buying opportunity if you think he's got a good skill set. Oh, Oren's in the draft, he said.
Wait, where's Oren drafted?
Tony.
Oh, Oren's Tony.
Oh, he's Tony Dick Boy?
Yeah, he's Tony Dick Boy.
No way. There's no way he's Tony
That's
Dick
what
Boy.
he said. He's Tony Dick Boy.
That is so funny.
Grabbed Devonta. He grabbed my Devonta.
Oren is my guy. I was about to say, you have to be a Ravens fan to know who Keaton Mitchell is. That is so great. No, Keaton Mitchell's good, man. I was just like, I've never seen anyone draft him. I didn't even know where he went. In terms of like where he went in the NFL.
The Ravens, man, that's an interesting landing spot. I mean, I'm interested in Keaton Mitchell. When I see speed like that and college production like that, man.
The thing is, they do employ a lot of running plays, and Gus Edwards just ain't it, man. I hate to say it, but he's often injured, and the few games he plays, he'll have like a couple monster games, but then he's hurt. So hey, maybe that's like a mega deep dive sleeper play there.
Keaton.
Oh yeah, this roster's making sense now that I know it's Oren. I see the Mark Andrews there. I see the Ayuk. He's got Dobbins in the 5th, and then you got Keaton Mitchell here in the 15th.
I love it. Oren's a man. I'm telling you, the best pizza I've ever had was at Giordano's after not eating all day.
Oh man, we gotta do Pequods or lose next time, man. We gotta plan it a little bit better.
I've had Malnati's. It's fair.
All right.
Yeah, that Giordano's was all right. I mean, that was...
No, come on, y'all just have
right.
Let Oren be the deciding vote here.
No, y'all come over to my house. I'll make you pizza in my kitchen. I'll make you homemade pizza.
Next thing you know, Andy's gonna pull out like a Totino's or something like that.
No, man. I'm gonna blow your socks off. I got a pizza stone. I've got the dough in the fridge and everything, baby. Let's go. You know what the secret is to making good pizza? You gotta saute up the vegetable. I'm gonna give you a pro tip. You gotta saute up the vegetables first before you put it on the pizza before it goes in the oven. Don't put raw vegetables on a pizza.
No, you don't put vegetables on a pizza at all. No, don't put vegetables on. What I already know this pizza is ass water.
Oh god.
If you're putting vegetables on it.
I'm not putting like lettuce and what
kind of person does that?
I'm talking like mushrooms and onions.
Has anyone ever looked at a pizza and said, "Oh, you know what this needs? This needs produce. That's what this needs."
Produce? It's not produce. It's for flavor, dude. The
flavor.
Sauteed. Yeah, man. When you get so what you gotta do is go get with some pepperoni, but I like bacon too. Get some bacon and you fry that bacon up, saute it with the mushrooms and onions, and get that saute. You extract the moisture out of those mushrooms and onions, and they're seasoned and delicious. And then you put them on the pizza with your bacon and your other meats, and then you put it in the oven. It's gonna blow your socks off, Carter.
Invite it over for pizza.
But
yeah.
What are my thoughts on Kalen Black, running back out of James Madison? Big Dukes fan. I have no thoughts because I have never seen him play. But he's a beast. Let's see. A Tyler Conklin pick was horrible. I should.
Do you have,
oh no, that Tyler Conklin pick is money, bro. Come on. It's Aaron Rodgers tight end, bro. Come on. He's gonna have spike games. Remember, Robert Tonyan had spike games. Conklin's better than Tonyan.
Pretty valid point, honest.
And that was with Devontae Adams. I think that Conklin pick is sneaky good at the end of the draft.
It's getting thin out there, boys.
MGM wanted us to give his draft a grade here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's take a look.
12-team, half PPR, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex with 6-point pass and touchdown. He goes Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Jalen Hurts, Drake London, Damian Pierce, Mike Williams, Isaiah Pacheco, Jamal Williams, Evan Ingram, Elijah Mitchell, Jamison Williams, Tyler Algier, Deuce Vaughn, Rondale Moore, Pat's defense.
He probably took too many RBs here, huh?
Hold on, I'm going to make my pick.
Let's see.
And
I'm
one
5.
flex. Yeah, I guess that depends on how everyone else drafted. He may have been forced, if everyone went receiver heavy, he might have had to take some running backs. Let's see. I mean, started off good. JJ, Olave, Hurts. I mean, first 4 are rock solid. Pierce is solid. So it looks like Pacheco is the RB2 on this team. Pretty good depth. Maybe
I think it's solid.
bit of lack of depth at receiver, but I mean the starting lineup is ultimately what's going to win it for you. But you might be able to move some of those backs and get you a little depth at receiver.
I'm curious. I'm hoping that somebody sniped him on Devonta Smith. I'm guessing that's what happened. Because Olave at the end of the second, though, is fantastic pick. Can't go wrong there. That's good value. And then Jalen Hurts. Okay. I mean, I think he played the first 5, 6. I like it, honestly. Through Pacheco all the way to Jamal Williams. I probably would have done something different there. But Evan Ingram, I've got exposure there to him at tight end. Elijah Mitchell, I can't blame you as a running back depth. It's just hard, like in a seasonal league, like picking the week that you want to start Elijah Mitchell. I guess if he's healthy, you're okay to start him, but no, that's a solid draft.
That was horrible.
I'm gonna give him a B plus.
Oh no, his draft. Oh yeah, no, that's a great draft. Anytime you have Justin Jefferson on your team and you get Chris Olave, it's pretty good.
So probably even bump him up to an A minus.
No, yeah, the best receiver, probably the best fantasy QB this year.
Oh no! He drafted the right amount of running backs. He went 0 RB. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So Carter gives you an A plus.
No, that's pretty good. Congrats. Subscribe to both channels.
That's
I
it.
don't think he's thinking about starting Elijah Mitchell. I think he's plugging him in as needed.
All right, y'all.
Great.
The worst decision we ever made.
Yeah. No,
Solid, everyone. Can't wait to get 5 hours of sleep, but hey, you only live once.
All right, guys.
Good night, gentlemen, and everybody out there on the quest. Appreciate y'all.
Later.
See you guys in the chat. Yeah. We got football tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy. Night, Steve. Night, everybody.
Peace.
Peace.
Have a good night.